Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show from Monday, March 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the trading room. Well, yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. No, couple of yeses. The sound might be off right now. It'll usually improve, okay? Okay, just give it a moment. Okay, give it a moment. Give it a moment. Anybody can hear me also. Okay, well, I can try one more time. Just give me a moment. Okay, just give me a moment. Again, sometimes, like YouTube, when you go with your YouTube video, and sometimes the resolution takes a while to get there. I think that's what's happening, but so give me a moment. All right. Do another sound check right now. How's it right now? What are you seeing? You see, I'm still seeing the same issue that I had on Friday. Still bad? Hmm. I'm gonna have to change course then on my computer. Just give me a moment. If it's still bad, I'm just gonna let me go for just a little bit longer. But sometimes it does clear up. Okay, thanks, YouTube room. Let me go up just a little bit longer. Spotify is the trade of the week. Let me just keep going a little bit longer, okay, just in case it settles down. Spotify is the trade of the week. Suggested entry around 265. Take a look at Spotify to see where it is right now. Okay. You know what? I'll change course. Okay, that might help. Just give me a moment. I'm going to change course on my computer. Maybe that's the issue. Give me a moment. All right, guys, I just changed ports. See if that helps. If not, I may have to reboot my system. Okay, I may have to reboot my system. We still have time. Okay, much better. Okay. And how about you guys on YouTube? Should be the same. Should be the same. You guys should be able to hear me okay now on YouTube. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. And Pepe, can you see my screen? I mean, again, this is what I see, but I guess it's not what you guys see. See, this is what I see. It's still not getting the res what but I'm assuming you can see my screen. So I guess if that any if the fact that that's what I see doesn't really matter as long as you can see. Okay, great. All right. Okay, guys, let's get at her. So anyway, Spotify, SPOT, that is the trade of the week, the considered live at 265.50. This is the trade of the week. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. Now, VIVK, I must have given up a lot. Now let's take a look at CYTO. 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 So this popped up 317, 257 now. They announced a collaboration with, excuse me, with Univercells, delivery of mRNA vaccines. Okay. So that is okay. Again, another sound check in YouTube. I may have been away from my a little bit further away from the mic, Neil. So just let me know if it's okay now. So VIVK, I don't see it anymore. It was up. and I do not see VIVK anymore. No. Was that a sub 50-cent stock? No. Oh, I see why. So this popped up to 138 and it's right back down to 93 cents. It's only up 5%, so that's why I'm not seeing it anymore. How about cannabis guys, CGC? So this is still, I mean, it's up about 5%, I believe. So we're not seeing it here, but it is still strong. It hit in the pre-market, it got up to 950. It has pulled back down to 771. Of course, the big news about legalization in Germany, and that was the big news for well, CGC, but most of the cannabis stocks. So still, they're still alive to a certain extent. The high, the market high, I mean, if it can really take out 846, which it did this morning, got up to 952. If it can take out 946, which or 8, sorry, 820, those are the 2 weekly highs. This could have another run. AEHR, this is getting kicked. AEHR, and the reason being trading lower after the company reported preliminary. So this is all preliminary. So they don't actually release earnings until April 9th, but they're doing some preliminary releases and not good. Market is not reacting well. ESPR, is it still around? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. ESPR. I think it had some news. ESPR. Price target maintained with an $8 a share by Needham, trading higher. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news for this right now. Like it had news after the market close or right near the close on Friday. European cardiovascular risk reduction label determination anticipated. Okay, so there's a little bit of news on ESPR and Needham's got a $8 price target. SLRX, or are you? So it is fallen a bit. FLGC, let's take a look at FLGC. No, I haven't seen LABP. This is a bio, guys. This is a bio ETF. What's happening there? FLGC. Oh, it's a cannabis play, of course. Okay, this is a cannabis play. So cheaper version, I guess, of CGC has some room to 272 on the weekly chart. And let's take a look at anything else here. I see the NKTX. I do see that I think Lucid had an upgrade or something. I see Lucid here, LCID could have had an upgrade or there's some news. Rises after the okay, so not really an upgrade. Company announced a $1 billion investment by an affiliate. This is a Saudi investment. So Lucid, I think Lucid has always had a tie to the Saudis, hasn't it? That's right. So the Saudi government, which already has a 60% stake. Yeah, no shorts available for me either at Interactive Brokers. I don't know about Rivian. I don't know about Rivian Casa. I don't recall. I do recall always that Lucid had this tie-in with the Saudis. That's a big tie-in, 60%. Rivian, I don't know. All right, taking a look at any earnings plays. I see MBRX. MBRX is an earnings play, cheap one. Most of them are going to be fairly cheap now. When we get into earnings season again, some of the dregs now are showing up. MBRX, I shouldn't call them dregs, but MBRX is an earnings play. What is it up? Yeah, 4.6%. Probably a low float, 25 million in the float. And FRGE, take a look at FRGE, FRGE, and see if there's any specific news for this one. I don't see any specific news for FRGE. 19% up. Oh, no, they have earnings this week. It's not tomorrow after hours. So I had no idea why FRGE ran actually after hours on Monday on Friday. You can see that there's that mauve area right there in the 15-minute chart. That is after hours on Monday, on Friday, excuse me. What's Bitcoin doing? Okay, Bitcoin's having a bit of a pop here. It looks to me anyway, it's up $1,200 to about 67,000. All right, guys, 912. Let's take a look at the sector. So we're in for a negative open, not hugely negative, but negative nonetheless. So I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on new and then dock to channel bar. Scroll down until I see the show more and sector status. Click on sector status. If you put a link in, Neil, it doesn't show. Okay, no, you guys can't in YouTube. You cannot post links. So if you put a link in, it doesn't matter. When you say don't click on the link, well, we can. All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 80% in green. That means that 80% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. That's what it means. So as I say, we're in for a negative open. And so looking at tech, 85% are down from Friday's close. So right now, was the best sector in the pre-market anyway is energy. And all I really want to do right now is take a look at XLU and see where it is with respect to the 200-day moving average. I'm sure it's moving away and away and away. Yeah, still moving away from that 200-day moving average. So again, all of the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average. Now, yeah, LABP. I've never seen this one up here. Is have they done a like? I don't believe this has happened, guys. So I think this is something to do. Yeah, it looks like a two to a one for like a split. Yeah, because I'm looking at or something a three to one to three or something. There's no way this is up 178%. I think they've done a split. Oh, no, no, I'm sorry, this is not the ETF, I'm thinking of the ETF for the bios, I'm very sorry, this is a buyout. Yeah, sorry, you're right, I'm just reading your comment now, yeah. Abby to acquire Landos Biopharma. I was thinking of the bio ETF. Yeah, so what you're saying, Neil, I'm talking to Neil on a YouTube. You cannot have, I mean, the marketplace view is like having another version of Trade Ideas open. You can only have one version of Trade Ideas open at a time. Okay, NKTX. Let's take a look at NKTX and see if this one is. I know had a horrible week, 2 weeks actually, a horrible 2 weeks. They're doing a financing, I guess, at $10. And anything else sneaking in here? STIM, STIM. Remember, guys, this is a short week. There is a market holiday on Friday, Good Friday. So this is a short week. We've got 4 days this week. William's going to boo anytime now. There it is, just like clockwork. Let's see anything else. AIM. I haven't seen AIM for a while. Take a look at AIM. Under that's why I haven't seen it for a while. I don't look at stocks typically under a dollar, so this is right at 50 cents now. Let's see. OCGN has been an active one. Let's take a look at OCGN. Okay, so look at what happened. So on last week, great week last week, closed near the high of the week last week. So it's above now the high of last week. And that is OCGN. A lot of volume, also a lot of volume. 2 million shares. So that is up 10%. So the reason for the move last week, and this is, I guess, is continuation. So after the trading higher after the Third Circuit Court of Appeals upheld the decision, et cetera, et cetera. So that was the news on Friday, at least. Yeah, just cheap ones. Yeah, I have that on my list also, Casa. You're talking about some earnings based CGM or SGMT also. Just some cheap ones. I also see on the way down right now BTM and SYRA and ATOS. Not really seeing too much that I'm excited about right now. Wait for the market to open. Where the I guess the CYTO, I mean, it's holding the gain so far. Low float, 1.5 million in the float. They're out of obviously for tax purposes, they're out of Bermuda. And long and wrong FDX as Williams. So that was an earnings play on for Friday, right? They released Thursday afternoon. So this was an earnings play on Friday. So kind of at the highs. Well, maybe not. The high on Friday was around 291, so it's sitting at 281 now. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at SPY is still the SPY is just kind of let's take a look at the SPY chart now. SPY. Market had a actually I didn't even realize this. Market had a big sell-off at the end on the Dow anyway. So there was a bit of a disconnect in the market between the so-called value stocks and growth stocks. Nas was up barely. SPY was down just a little, but the Dow was down. Look at the SPY. Look at this move. Look at this weekly move from back here when all was lost. 409. That was when the mark. That was it, guys. Air territory for 10 years. You read some of these guys on, not that I really read them that much, but the Perma Bears. Just looking to see if there's anything else. Look at that VIVK. What a, oh man, I hope nobody got nailed on that one. $1.40 right back down to 87 cents. Let's see, okay. Haven't seen Massey for a while. MASI, MASI, Massimo Corporation. Not bad at all. Look now. Take a look at this one. The next high on the weekly chart. Got some room, guys, on a weekly chart anyway. Looks like it's around 162 or so. Yeah, 162. So it's at 153 now. $9 move. I'm not saying it's gonna move $9, of course, but that is the next high in the weekly chart. Let's see if there's any specific news from Massey. Uh, let's see. BTIG maintains a buy-in. Massimo raises the price target to 166, which is right around that weekly area. But this is trading higher after the company announced it has authorized management to evaluate a proposed, aha, okay, looking to spin off one of their businesses, separation of its consumer business. So that's really that's the news for Massey, MASI. Interesting. The market remains weak. I'd be inclined to be looking at this as a fade. Just have to watch to see how the market opens. Let's see, anything else? SMFL, a cheap one, just about $1. Oh yeah, Smart for Life. So Massey to me could be the interest. I mean, either way, of course. I mean, it's got room to the upside, $9 to the next high in the weekly. Um, but depends what the market does. I mean, if the market is weak, I'd be more inclined to be watching this one for a potential fade. If it takes out 150 or something, 150.95, which is looks like that's the low in the pre-market. Wait a moment, guys. All right, 924. So what I want to do right now is to get rid of this layout that you see and get into my layout that I'm going to use once the market opens. Oh, it's one of those. So if you can't use relative volume in the pre-market if you use anything or less than one or more than one. Okay, it's just the way it is. Pushing in a YouTube room. What you can do. Give me a moment. Is I would use the volume percent. Okay, that's the only time I use it because if you see, say, a volume percent. of 25% or something like that, that means it's traded in the pre-market 25% of what it normally does all day. So that could be pretty substantial, obviously. So that's what I would use in the pre-market. Okay. The reason why we see this, I have the relative volume filter here. Okay. But you're right. If you, as long as you put it at one, then I'll get data. If I change this to 1.1 or anything else, I will not get data. If you're going to ask me why, I cannot. It's just the way it's been. But for instance, let's take a look at see if I can find one for you that kind of make sense. Yeah, I mean, this is way out of whack, but you can see the volume today. If you can see my single stock window, okay, 24,000. This It means this is trading like way more than it normally does. Well, in the pre-market alone, it is trading. Let me find one that's a little more. Oh, these are big volumes. Okay, I mean this I can more reasonably explain this. So Neil and anybody else, yes, our relative volume filter does not work in the pre-market. If you have any value other than one, then you're not going to get any data. So this is what I tend to do though. Right there, if I see ESPR and that volume today, that is actually a percent. What does that 58.9% mean? That means in the pre-market, okay, this is traded already about 58% of what it normally does all day long. Okay. That's in the pre-market. Once the market opens, I don't use this at all. That's when I turn to the relative volume filter. Yeah, you're right. I thought it was going to be GJT also, but I see DWAC is still trading. Ah, guys, Reddit's on the move here. Reddit's on the move. RDDT is on the move here. Hmm. Well, let's watch Reddit again, guys. Let's see if it can get back up to these levels here. 50 would be a big one to try to take out. Some volume came in. All right. Thank you, William. So the market's opening in less than a minute. Let's have a great trading week, everybody. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Look at ALAB talking about a stock that's moving. That was an IPO last week. Look at this one moving again, guys. ALAB. Wow. No, those are just you'll get. I mean, any scan that I have, you can have as part of standard. Okay, Tim. Okay, all the scans that I share, it's all part of our standard service. Obviously, the big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That's AI, our AI. That's the big difference. No, well, not that I'm aware of. I know they're okay, guys. Markets opened. I know they're planning some changes in the future. I probably should brush up on what they're supposed to be. Give me a moment, guys. Hey, Darren, welcome aboard in our YouTube room. Welcome aboard. All right. MLGO is showing again, guys. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, but MLGO, let's take a look at this. Wow, it's almost a lifetime low. MLGO showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, that is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. But again, I don't like trading in the now. There's what's going on here. TH guys, TH, 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 TH on the move here. TH on the move. This was well, why am I showing that one? Foot Locker. Foot Locker's also on the move. This was an interesting one on Friday. Nike had earnings on Friday. Okay, that now remember I was talking about Massey guys, MASI. Now my bias was a fade. Okay, my bias is a fade. Now I'm not gonna, I don't like trading in the first 15, but again, if you're less conservative than me, but my bias is a fade on this one. As I say, they had some news, and yeah, there's a price target of 166. But I'll buy BTIG. All right, FRG now coming right. Yeah, okay. You see that red line? That's coming right. Well, you can see it right there. Next high in the daily chart, it's coming right into it. I know it showed up on the combo scan. 387. Again, it's just too early for me to take this. It's on the combo scan, but the next high is 386 or so. Again, if you have our premium service, guys, this is all I would do. Okay, have this window open. You notice there's nothing in it yet. There'll be no alerts until the earliest alert would be at 9:40. So if you have our premium service, this is our AI, and just click on New from the toolbar and click on the middle one. Okay, we have three that say Premium A, starting with Premium AI. Click on the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trade Window. In my opinion, that's all you have to watch. Okay. And again, just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is still up to you. All right. So I don't know what's going on with this one, guys. Yeah, I don't know. This MLGO, something's wacky. There's no way this is down 80. Well, is it? There's no, can't be. Yeah. So I don't know what the situation here is because This is some news they've got announcing a deep clustering algorithm based on multi-level feature fusion. Now that sounds pretty impressive. Okay. Well, again, guys, if you're a little less conservative than me, look at the ML. Well, again, I don't know how to read this. I don't understand what's going on. Bottom of my new menu are links. Are you talking about when I click on new from the toolbar? And if you're talking about all these links, yeah, this I'm in a development version, okay? So you're not getting that. You'll probably just get the I don't even know what it goes down to. Probably maybe premium RBI and GBI. Is that what you're talking about? I'm in a development version, so I got all these things. Yeah, that's so don't worry about that. All right, so somebody's saying an audio issue. So where is that gentleman? Give me a moment. Well, actually, I guess I should have looked anyway. So MLGO not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. So that's a non-issue. So meanwhile, shoot, I was let's keep an eye on this TH guys. So TH now to me anyway, look at the weekly chart for TH. Just give me one moment. Hopefully this is not going to. All right, guys. So TH, yeah. So TH, the next high on the weekly chart is about 1103. So that's a little close. And then even if it gets through that, there's stuff at 1115 or so. So to me, anyway, there's just not enough room that it can run from this current price for me, the way I trade. Doesn't mean it's not going to blast right through all this, but and also Tim, getting back to, I mean, if in fact the company and I sort of recall them talking about making some of the features premium. I mean, if a multi-strategy window, well, you just separate them then. Okay, you just separate them into the alert windows, I guess. Look at FGen here now. FGen's got a ton of room somehow. Well, of course, that 385 is way up here in the weekly chart. And let's see, we had Fisker, which is like a penny stock. Look at this, 8 cents, guys. Eight, 8 cents. Fisker. It's amazing. There's still you can still short Fisker. 4.4 million shares at Interactive Brokers received notice from a large automaker with which the company had been in negotiation for a potential transaction. The automaker has terminated the negotiations. That's got to be it for Fisker. 8 cent stock. All right. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, even if it came in my, the scan that I really like, the combo scan. Look at this, popped up here, 356, down to 277. That's the FRGE. Saves me a lot of grief not trading in the first 15. Me personally, if you can like to trade in the first 15 minutes or you're making money, keep doing it. All right, the grow generation. We're not talking about the Pepsi generation now. We're talking about the grow generation here, guys. GRWG. So, of course, cannabis play. To me, I look left and I just see a ton of resistance. Look on the daily chart, lots of areas it's going to try to get through. That's to me anyway. Look at the weekly chart, the same sort of thing. How is CGC doing right now? So, how's CGC? No, not still not shortable for me right now. Interactive Broker. So CGC now taking a huge pop down 13%. Still really looking good in the pre-market for a while. Opening candle though, big giant red candle. All right, Casa, I will set my alarm clock for you and for you only if it hits 5. Joking a little bit, but hey, I'll put it there. Right, I'm just looking at a couple of the again, for me, some of the AI alerts, they're too for me, they're just coming too close to potential resistance. Actually, this one may not be too bad. I mean, the SGMT, the next high is 6, so from 530, that's okay. Um, to you though. Okay, NKTX. So NKTX on the comeback trail right now. NKTX, the big down day on Friday. This was actually an earnings play on the 21st. Actually, the reaction was on the 22nd. Yeah, probably do a little check here. If you click on, you see where it says filter, uncheck everything. You probably have, I don't know, profitable trades or something like that. One of these might be checked. Just uncheck everything, okay? So you can see them all day. That's what I do. Okay, that makes sense. See the filter, see that filter box, and this is just a drop down. I would, if anything is checked, just uncheck it. You're kidding me. Now, when you say nonstop, you're talking GME and nonstop up or GME nonstop down. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Big move, 13, yeah, about a dollar move for some reason. I don't see any specific reason. If that just maybe, well, okay, interesting. They do have earnings after the market closes tomorrow. If anybody thinks they're going to be blockbuster earnings or anything, but anyway, I don't know if that's the reason, or it's just the memers have decided to get involved with this one today. How's AMC doing? Just out of curiosity, if the meme stocks are, yeah, even AMC had a pop. Well, if you guys had shorts for MLGO, that was an awesome short so far. $6 was the alert. 518 now. Now let's see if ALAB is shortable now. ALAB for me, yeah. So this is now shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but again, this was the IPO 3 days ago. Very successful. You know what? I see this one. I just for some reason I didn't bother clicking on it. But HTLB guys, I saw it right down here. Sorry, XTLB. Huge day, huge week last week. Continuation now. Probably very low float. Yeah, 3.8 million in the float. Israeli stock. Strategic acquisition drives to a nearly a double for XTLB. All right, so now, looking at the AI alerts again, a lot of them are coming into resistance. Okay, so that's why I'm not in love with any one of them. All right, guys. Now Reddit, RDDT, may may be turning into a red. Well, it would have to get way up here. Red bar ignored. So if that green candle somehow gets all the way up here to 47.84, it could, and it holds there. That could turn. This could be a red bar ignored. Okay, there's your green bar. Next bar is red. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Okay, that red bar had to be totally engulfed by the previous green bar, but yeah, I mean, if these guys get a hold of Reddit, the memers got a hold of Reddit, RDDT. Yeah, AJ, I sort of remember you're talking about HTLB on Friday. Massive move now, almost as big as. I mean, look. Here's the weekly candle, last week's candle. Most of it was on Wednesday. This is still super. So this was the news on the 20th, okay? Let's take a look at that. Let's digest this news for XTLB. Yeah, so they're adding AI or something to their portfolio. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, in theory, they're a bio, but now they're trying to turn themselves into an AI. So this is not shortable for me at Interactive. Not that I want to short it, but this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, XTLB. Yeah, what a move. I mean, look at this weekly candle now. It's almost the same as last week's weekly candle. All right, guys. Well, TH is on the move now. TH is on the move. The big area was 11. Now, I mean, look, if it takes out this 1120, the next highs are way up here, 1178 or so. And that's on the weekly chart. This is had earnings on the 13th, a couple of weeks ago. See if there's any. Okay, this is a potential buyout, and somebody may have already posted that. Okay, somebody may have already posted that. Jumps after a $10.80 share takeover offer. Okay, so it's a little bit above the buyout offer. Okay, so that's the reason for this move here. So how much further can it go over 1080? I guess that's the question. All right, let's take a look at CGC now. And what is it doing? Did it finally a little bit of a base now? So 633, there are a couple of candles down there, bottoming tails. So maybe a little bit of a base now. This okay, so this I guess it okay. Germany cannabis legalization on schedule as bill clears final hurdle. Set to take effect next month. So there were some groups trying to get this thing postponed by 6 months, but I guess that fell through. The fight was worth it. Legalization of cannabis is coming on Easter Monday. Okay. Whoa. No, look at that pullback now for XTLB. Again, this was not shortable for me. 480 down to 4. That's a big pullback. So, is a pullback to anything that's interesting? So there's the VWAP at 420. So it's just a little bit below the VWAP area. Let's see if it can reclaim the VWAP and move from there. So what I'm going to do is put an alert, risk alert around 429. Look at Reddit now, guys. RDDT, I mean, to me, if it can get back up to that 50 level and hold, okay, and hold, this could. So what I think I've got a bunch of price alerts set. All right, guys. Well, TH is still on the move. Again, the buyout is supposed to be at 1080. So it's above that buyout price. It's a cash buyout, so there's no stock. I think these are I think it's a private company. Arrow Holdings. So I mean, if you're wondering why would it be trading over 1080 if that's a buyout? I don't know. Maybe people are thinking that somebody else might come in and improve the offer. I don't know enough about this. So this fund already kind of own, not kind of, they already own a portion of Target. All right, VMEO now that showed up is showing up right now. Well, a little earlier at 494. Okay, 494. That's a great move. Just it was a little too early for me to do it. 494 was the alert. Okay, from the combo scan. Now the next low is 446 on the daily chart, so it still has some room. This was a little too early for me to take the trade. And there were plenty of shares available to short. 4.2 million at Interactive Brokers. If had it been an all-time low, I probably would have taken it, but it's certainly not an all-time low. Actually, I am completely wrong here, guys. I should have been taking this. I guess I was distracted. That alert happened at 9:48. I thought it was earlier than that. So I have no excuse for not being in this VMEO short. So again, the GRWG for me anyway. I mean, it's an AI alert. You can see it right there, 246. The 200-day moving average is a little bit above that right now. A lot of stuff over here, but you never know. I mean, maybe it just powers all right through this, especially if CGC keeps moving higher or rebounding after its initial big giant red candle. So it is starting to rebound now. Oh man, look at the V. Hopefully, some of you guys took this one. See if there's any specific reason for this one, not collapsing, but Hey, AMTX guys, let's take a look at AMTX if it's anywhere here. I have this one thumbnail, that's why I'm going to mention it. AMTX. So I had the great, big sell off from the high. Okay, 703, and it closed down here at 557. Resuming right now. AMTX. What's the volume like? Yeah, pretty good volume. Five times normal, 877,000. So not bad volume. If it can take out 610, which are the two highs right now today, it's got that shot to that 7 level. Reddit guys, RDDT, now at 48. High on Friday was 51. I mean, you can see if it can somehow take out that high on Friday. Okay, guys. So XTLB now that VWAP through the VWAP now. XTLB through the VWAP. Maybe it's due for a resumption. Man, VMEO. Hopefully, some of you guys. I mean, I don't know. For some reason, again, I thought this was earlier than 9:45. Otherwise, be all over this one. VMEO on a short. Lots of shares available. So that was not 4 million shares available. This just absolutely getting picked here. Hey guys, just a minute. XTLB holding over the VWAP still, I believe. Again, this might be due for another pop. XTLB holding over the VWAP, which is at 418. So that's holding it so far. And again, a low float, 3.8 million in the float. Pretty high relative volume. Look at that, 2,000 times normal. Look at Reddit guys, RDDT. And AMTX guys, AMTX. AMTX, I just mentioned this one, AMTX. It's got the, again, the room, $7. Not saying it's getting there, okay? I'm just looking at the next high looking left, so you don't have to worry about that next high blocking it. It's not close, but again, I'm not saying it's gonna get there. Reddit. Boy, it gets close to 50. Well, it's getting closer and closer to 50. Okay, guys, XTLB exploding now. XTLB exploding. Close. Reddit very close to 50 now, 20 cents away. There we go, 50.27. So now the big deal right now is how well does it hold 50? Can it establish some kind of a base at 50 and that level? And I mentioned 50 because personally, I just think, 50 is a really, really big psychological number for it to get through and hold. So now all these that alert right there is around 50.78. Let me put an alert around 50.42 and see if we can get up there. And again, I'm just looking for it to clear 50 in a big way. Meanwhile, VMEO continues its march down. So where is the next low? On the weekly chart, it's like 427. Well, that was this morning. So it actually popped a little bit off that low, 427. CLB guys, that was a great VWAP play. XCLB, a great VWAP play. Because again, just look at the VWAP was 427. Actually, was a little lower than that. Now, of course, it's a moving target. As more and more volume comes in at higher prices, this VWAP will move up. But I think was it 418 or so, 420 or so, and it was just below it, and then it popped through it, held, and then really moved from there. Reddit guys, RDDT again trying to hold 50. I mean, the big move could occur here, though. I mean, if it holds 50, great. But the high right there is $51. Okay, that's the high on Friday. So if it can move through that also, because then the all-time high, it's only been trading. This is the third day of trading. Okay, there you go. The all-time high is up here at 57. That was its first day. Here we go, guys. Reddit, 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 Reddit. Meanwhile, my goodness, the VMEO just continues to march downwards. Had a little pull up, about 397, 4 or so is the next high looking left. All right, guys, Reddit on the move. RDDT, excuse me, RDDT on the move and almost at the high of Friday. In fact, 50, wow, yeah, so it's broken through the high of Friday. Okay. And we can talk all we want about they don't make money, they've never made money. It doesn't matter right now. It's just a stock play. Look at this candle now, guys. Look at that candle right there. All right. Wow, exciting. Now I see this JZXN has been halted many times. All right, BPTH halted, guys, or resumed. Sorry, resumed. Sorry, it was halted. So it was a 10-minute halt. So BPTH just resumed. BPTH. EGY, EG. Wow, look at EGY. Yeah, this has been so active. This is the third. Well, only the first day, of course, but the last 2 weeks just very, very active. EGY. I think they had some news, and that's the finalization of agreements. Excuse me, in Equatorial Guinea. That was on the 25th. Oh man, I'm getting sick for missing the VMEO, guys. That's what I'm talking about right here on the combo scan to short. Remember, I didn't like either of these, the ones to go long, because to me anyway, seem to be too much resistance. But the VMEO, wow. Now it's sitting on the 200. I mean, the 200-day moving average is 395. So will that hold it for a while? All right, guys, give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm looking at yeah, so Bitcoin, 68,000 or so, 68.6 thousand. Bitcoin on the move. Look at ALAB now. ALAB. So ALAB now is at the high of the day. Okay. The all-time high. Of course, it only started trading 2 days ago, 3 days ago. $80. Very, very, very successful IPO so far. As is Reddit, really. The only issue I had with Reddit is that it could not hold its first day gains. All right, let's take a look at MKC. MKC. So the next high looking left on the daily chart, you cannot see it on the daily chart, but that red line represents the next high on the daily chart. So that's a little bit too close, 71.11 or so. It's a $70, 70 at 70.87 right now. That's not that far away. All right, keep an eye maybe on perimeter PRM, guys. PRM. Or see if there's any reason for this one moving higher. I don't see any specific news, and it didn't do anything last week really. So I don't see any specific news on it. It's not a low float, 138 million in the float. Tax purposes, it's out of Luxembourg. Okay, so I don't know where they're really out of or who's behind it. And I'm not going to try to pronounce whatever they do. Diallyl phosphate, something like that, which is considered an essential component in the formulation of engine oil. All right. So anyway, this one, PRM, I don't see any specific news on it today. Let's take a look at a monthly chart for it, okay? Just to take a look to see where it could go. So on a monthly chart, the next high is 844. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but actually I'm wrong. 723. 723 is the next high on the monthly chart. So it's getting close to that at a nice 5 months really, from 3 to 7. I don't think I've really seen this one, but it is a big float, 138 million in the float. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to my talking about my homepage. Now, hopefully, most of you, if you were going to take out a subscription, you did it last week. We still have a pretty good promo on, okay, for the balance of this week. It's just not quite as good as last week's, and those codes are gone. I cannot, so don't ask me for them. I cannot, but I mean, it's not that much of a difference, and I'll talk about them in a couple of minutes, okay? So BPTH came out of its halt. No, so it did pop up, but then it came right back down. I remember this one. This is a super low float. Now, our provider says 680,000. It may not be exactly that, but more than likely it's going to be very low. As the AMTX, I mentioned this over the sixth break. AMTX on the move, still has some room. The high of Friday was up here at $7. So it does still have some room. Hopefully, you took a lot of profit on the XTLB, guys. That was a nice secondary move. But, like a lot of these low floats, you can't trust them don't think that they're just gonna keep moving all day long. So now in 430, look how that view really increased, 436 now. So let's see if it can break through it again, maybe for the third or the second time. All right, Lila, Liberty Latin America. What the heck did they do? Holding company. They're out of the US, but Yeah, and the weekly chart, the next high is 763. It might be too close. If it had been way up here at 8, it would have been awesome, but to me, it may not. It just may be a little too close. Take a look at, so Shady on the OCGN. Saw this one earlier in the pre-market. Um, okay, so Shady is in at 198 with a 187 stop for OCGN. See how well it holds over 2. So that's on the weekly chart. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. Where could it keep going until it hits the next high in the monthly chart? So yeah, so this has got room, guys. Yeah, and on the monthly chart, 276 or so. So certainly on a monthly chart, this has got some room. You know, it's this, again, this is not a low float. 252 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float situation. Well, that's a great move, 24%. Let me just do a check. I know I wonder if that float is right. Yeah, that float looks like it's correct. So that's a big move. 23% with that sort of a float. That is a big move. All right, guys, so let me talk a little bit about my homepage and what information you're going to find on it. Now, before I do that, though, I'm going to have to put these new promo codes in, okay? Again, there's not a big change from last week. But remember, we are having a price increase on April 1st, but please listen closely. If you are a current subscriber, there is no price increase, okay? As long as you maintain your subscription, okay, there is no price increase. So if you're out there with no subscription and you've always kind of thought about trade ideas, well, this is the promo you can use. Let me put my homepage in. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see, okay? So obviously do not use this promo code at Barry 15. I just put them in. If you want to take out a monthly subscription, use monthly 23, you'll get 23% off. And if you want to take out a yearly, use annual save 25 for 25% off, okay? I put those codes in there into the rooms. And so that will lock you in. If you take out a subscription, that'll lock you in as long as you maintain your subscription. So locking in meaning this. Our standard subscription, remember now, the monthly code is only good for the first month. Okay, so the monthly 23, you'll get 23% off the first month only. After that, you'll go to the normal price, which is 118 a month. That's what it is right now. Next week, April 1st, it'll be 127. Okay. Same thing with the premium. If you take out a monthly subscription right now on the premium, you'll get uh, 23% off the first month only. And then after that, it'll be 228 a month, which is what it is now. That will go to 254 a month, April 1st. Again, please though, understand, if you have a subscription now or you take out a subscription this week, you'll be locked into the current prices as long as you maintain your subscription. Same thing with the annual. Our annual right now is 9.99. Yeah, obviously you'll get 25% off that on an annual standard, and it's 19.99 for our premium. You'll get 25% off that. And when you renew, it'll be the 9.99 and 19.99, okay? Which are going up to, I know it sounds confusing, which are going up to 10.68 and 21.36 respectively. All I'm saying is that if you have a subscription now, you don't have to worry. And if you don't have one now and you act on those promo codes this month or this week, you'll be locked into the old prices. And if you don't understand, I can keep explaining it. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Runs you through 10 short videos. The first video, download and install your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. My codes are not. Are they really? Oh man. We only had 2 weeks to get. Yeah, my codes are not because I tried. So you were saying then, okay, well, listen, guys. Okay, let me just let me refresh all that, guys. Just- so what you're saying, let me back this up then. This is somewhat embarrassing, but hey, let's you know what? Always happy to give more. Yeah, you're right. All right, well, let me change everything again, guys. Just give me a moment, okay? I just have to. I just want to confirm something. Okay. All right, so here we go. So those codes, the difference is, I don't want to confuse everybody, but what they do is they create special codes for myself and all the people who work at Trade Ideas. That's why you could use Barry 26, Barry 28. Those are definitely not alive anymore, but these are alive. So let me put them in. Good, good. Yeah, I have no problem, obviously, with a better code for you guys. So just forget everything I said before. So you can use monthly 26 to get 26% off still. Annual save 28 to get 28% off. Okay. Anyway, okay, so understand. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, it's good for you guys. So monthly 26, that'll get 26% off the first month only. Annual save 28 will get you 28% off the entire year. All right. Well, good for you guys. So let me continue now on my homepage. And if you have a question, just ask. I will try to explain it. So there's the getting started. Trading 101. That is the if you're new to trading, of 38 videos. I think it's excellent. If you are new to trading, this is all free. It's a series of videos. Michael Noss of Trade Ideas put all these together. Okay. I do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. It is free also. You'll get it before the market opens. Let's take a look at did it trigger. Now, with the market being weak, it's possible it did not trigger, but let me take a look. The trade of the week this week is Spotify, SPOT. The trigger is 265 now, so it did not trigger. It's 265. Wait a minute. 65.50. Did it trigger? No. So it did not trigger. Okay. The trigger is 265 50 and it did not hit. The opening candle got up to almost 265. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's so far it's a non-event. Okay, so far. I mean later on in the week, if it gets back up here, it could trigger. But so right now, you should well, you can do what you want with it. You want to take it down here, that's fine. But the trigger was up here at 265.50 and it did not trigger. Education section on my homepage. Here's our user guide, great user guide. So here's the getting started again. Now, if you want way more detail about what an alert window is, or what a top list window is, or stock racing, price alerts, you see me putting my price alerts on all the time. Just like any other software program, there's a lot in our guide. You do not have to learn everything, but I will say this, you know, we get questions all the time, like, how do I put a sound alert? How do I maybe create a watch list or a symbol list? If you go to the guide, more than likely, especially if it's something major, more than likely it'll be in the guide. Okay. I have no problem showing you how to do it on the screen, but you should know that there's a reference because I'll go through it on the screen, but you may forget. What if you want to put a price alert today and then that's it, and then next week you want to put one and you've forgotten how to do it? Well, you can always go to the price alerts. Okay, that's putting a price alert on the chart. Getting started section is right here again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday. It should be Chris Farley. I will confirm it before I do take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. so you can head over and listen to Chris for his 1 hour. Okay. Before I show you how you can have my scans, again, all I ask is that if you're going to take out a subscription, you can, please use the promo code that, well, not this one, obviously, the ones that I put in the room. Okay. So you click on my home page and then don't use Barry 15, use the other promo codes, and that'll get you the 26% and the 28%, depending on whether you take out a monthly or an annual subscription. Okay. It'll really help to keep the room free. The room will get credit, assuming you click on my homepage link and you use the code, put in the code. The room gets credit. Why is it important? It'll help a lot to keep this room free. Okay. So if you're looking for my scans, where are you? Okay, let me close this down. So clicking on my homepage link, and then here are at the center section. So you click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see in the center section, my scans. Now, a word about this that you're seeing over here. And I wish, you know what, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to show, I'm going to put this in the do not show list for LAPB because this is not really up 176%. Because I don't think so. This was a reverse, or no, no, it is, but it's a buyout. So I'll leave it. It is a buyout. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So this is what I have, and this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. You can see the halt resumes are over here. A combo scan that if you took VMEO earlier, was an awesome alert. These two I didn't like, the two in light blue. And just because I love this scan doesn't mean I take every trade. I always have to analyze it, take a look at the chart, and I thought that there was too much resistance not far away for both of those. The VMEO, which unfortunately I just missed, must have been doing something else, but there was that had a lot of room underneath. But I am sharing a lot of other scans, of course. I don't have them all up and running, but I am sharing a lot of other scans. Now, the relative strength leaders from the close. Now, this you won't see this here, but let me show you how you can have it. I mean, I can give it to you, but before I do that, you must. So, if you have a top list window open, okay, I'm going to just show you what I'm talking about. If I right click and okay, so this is a top list window. Okay, upper left hand corner it says T. So, if you have one, and if you right click and you do not have an option that says show tree map, you must download the latest beta that we've got, okay? Because when you do, then it'll present it like this, which I think is way, way better than that boring old grid format. So in order to have, just click on my homepage link, scroll to the top, click on the download, and then download the beta. The beta is absolutely fine. So if you don't care about having it look like this, the top list window looking like this, then fine. I just much, much, much prefer this presentation. But it's up to you. Completely up to you. Okay. So I don't have a lot of experience with Brokers Plus, Bronson. I'm assuming you're talking about that. You're talking about when an alert. You mean a price alert as your stop order, like putting a price alert on the chart and then having that be the stop. Is that what you mean? Okay. So you cannot do that. But obviously, if you're putting a price alert, somewhere, you can always add it manually. Okay, so let me just show you. You may already know this, but in case you don't, load the Brokers Plus window. So let's just say I wanted to take, so I'm in the simulator now. So let's just say I am going to have to move this off, otherwise it'll disappear behind. So let me just click on, say, Syto, SYTO. Well, if you're talking about a price alert triggering and then having automatically loading, it won't work. Okay, if that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about putting a price alert on the chart and then when that triggers, will it activate this? No, it won't do it. Before I say, I'm pretty sure it won't anyway, but we'll ask. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it won't. I'm just gonna ask Chris though. Chris is way more of an expert than me using Brokers Plus and analyzing all the stuff. Give me one moment, please. Okay, I'm just gonna ask the question though, Bronson, but I'm almost 100%. Pepe probably knows, but I'm gonna just want to make sure. Let's see how it could. Yeah, back testing is very different though. Yeah, so the answer is no. Okay, so you can't put a price alert on the chart and then have it trigger into Brokers Plus. Now, if you want to stick around for another hour and 15 minutes anyway, Chris will be in our YouTube room at noon, Bronson, and he's got a lot more experience using Brokers Plus than I do. There may be other Brokers Plus questions that you might have. Okay, I don't use Brokers Plus, so but as I say, he'll take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. All right, guys. So SGMT getting a little frisky here. Okay. Yeah, the Boeing CEO. Yeah, I mean, stepping down, turfed, whatever, however you want to phrase it. The market's reacted well. Yeah, the market reacts well. It reacted well in the pre-market to that news. Okay. Market opened, and I mean, it's still up for the day, barely, but so just to tell you what this relative strength from the leaders from the close, I like the way this is displayed. So if you are, an intraday trader, or even if you're a swing trader, but you want to see stocks that are really trading abnormally today, and then maybe you decide you want to swing them. This window right here, this screen right there that you see, is an excellent way to start. These are all stocks that are trading abnormally on the way up. Okay. Now, let me explain a little bit of what, especially if you're new to trade ideas, what trade is all about. So this is an example of an alert window. Okay, so first of all, we are a scanner, and there's a difference between a scanner and a screener. We do screen, of course, and there are a lot of screening programs out there, really good ones. But if you're looking for a real-time alert scanner, you come to the right spot. So what do I mean by all that? So this is an alert, what we call an alert window. So if I right click and click on configure and then click on summary. So this is the screening aspect of this scan that I've created. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, that means it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Okay. Time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. This is why I call it a momentum scan. Volume the last minute's at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. Okay, I'm not going to go over all these filters. Just showing the concept though. So if all of these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that is what we're really, really, really good at, real-time alerting. So you'll notice right there that okay, just happened, MNY at 10:47:55, which is that's the last time it just happened that all these filter values are met. It just made a new high at 209. Okay. That's how this works. Now, if you want the scan like this, of course you can have it. It's on my homepage. You can always make changes if you wanted to. Perhaps you don't like the price range that I've got here, or maybe something else you don't like. As you get used to using trade ideas, you might add a filter, maybe take one out you don't like. It's up to you. If you like it like this, great. It's on my homepage. Just because I like to see things like this doesn't mean you have to, though. So the next step is if you do want to create your own scans. And by the way, you see the scans that I'm sharing. In our YouTube room between 12 and 1, as I've said before, there are five days of the week, five different traders take over for me between 12 and 1. We all have different scans that we use. We all have different trading styles. So they have scans that they will share with you also. Also in our toolbar, you'll see all these. I can't do it right now because yeah, but I'll show you later. In our toolbar, I have a lot of different channels, and they're all theme-based channels, and there are scans there also. So if you didn't want to build a scan at all from scratch, probably we have something that you can build on or just take as is. Now, if you do want to build your own scan, instead of clicking on summary, I'm gonna click on search. So right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts we've got: new high of the day, new low of the day. But as you can see, as I keep scrolling down, all these icons here, these are all the real-time alert that we have. And if I keep scrolling, get down to these icons, these are the filters, the screeners that we've got. Now, again, you do not have to learn them all. I mean, and my secondary answer to all this, because I get the question a lot, is well, the fact that you don't use these, because I only use the new high of the day and the new low of the day and a handful of filters. And I get the question, well, does that mean the rest of them aren't really good to use? No, it's just that, when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who wanted to create scans. My style of trading only needed the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of those filters because that was my style of trading. Your style of trading might be very different. Okay. And, it's more than likely we will probably have a real time alert for you and filters that you can combine if you want to create your own scan. Okay. Now, if you're an intraday trader like myself, the main goal is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And right here, this screen you see right here, these will definitely show you stocks that are trading abnormally. Abnormally in that they have the volume. I mean, look at the CYTO, 467 as we speak, 467 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, obviously super abnormal. Now, this scan here, this combo scan here, it combines not only like a high relative volume, but also abnormal option activity. So if I click on EGY, let's take a look at it. Oh, you can see right there, 8.6. So I mean, that's very abnormal. So it's 8.6 times normal. And also look at their option volume. Okay, so 1,360 contracts so far. But what is that really telling me? It really doesn't really tell me much. I mean, somebody could say, whoa, it's traded a million contracts a day, but is that abnormal? So we have a filter here, right? If you can see right beside, it says option volume today percent. That says 152%, representing 1.5 times normal. So my minimum has to be at least 1.5 times normal. So that's why not only is it trading volume wise abnormally, but it's also trading contract wise abnormally. So, pretty powerful when you combine them. So that's why this scan right there certainly will show you stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. That's a combo scan. It's on my homepage. It's the bottom right. I have two columns of scans, and it's the bottom right one. So again, if you have any questions, and I should always start off with welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. You can ask questions all day long. If I, hopefully if I can't, especially about trade ideas, the program itself, if you have some market questions, I will attempt to answer. And if I can't answer a question, even if it's a trade ideas question, I will direct you hopefully to somebody who can. Especially if it's a scan that, do you have a scan that does this? If I have something like that, I'll certainly I'll show you where I have it. But one of the other traders may have a scan that you're looking for. Okay, so the question is, how can I get the window on the bottom left? So, Najo, hi, first of all. First, now, do you have, or is it Naho? That's the J, Spanish wise. Um, do you have a top list window open? A T window open? Because why I want to ask you this is that if you right click on a top list window, okay, this is what a top list window looks like. And if you right click on it, do you have the option that says show tree map? Can you answer that for me? If you have a top list window open, or can you open one? The reason I say that is that if you don't have this option when you right click on a top, okay. So do you have the option that so if you right click on it, do you have the option there that says show tree map? If you can see my screen? Yes, no? Just right click. You say you have a top list window open, just no, but I'm asking you on the you said you have a top list window open, a T window. Okay. It should say it's T in the upper left hand corner. Here, I'll break it out. I'll just okay. So this is a top list window. It says T. No, I'm not. Don't. I'm not talking about strategies. Are you new to trade ideas? Okay. Well, see, the problem I got is I can give you this, but the problem is that you have to be on the latest beta in order to see it in this format. Okay. and that's why I'm asking you. So I'll give it to you. I'll tell you what, this I guess I can give this to you, and you'll have it on your screen, and if it's not displayed like this, that means you're going to have to download the latest beta. So I can give it to you, and anybody else, okay? Anybody else who wants it, this is the link, okay? That's the link. Okay, so there's the link. And do you know how to do you know how to download it so you get it on your screen? Well, the fact that I put that link in, okay, so I'm assuming that meant yes. Okay, so get it onto your screen, and when you get it onto your screen, I get if you have the latest beta, which you probably don't, okay, it's probably going to look like this. It's probably going to look like this in this grid format. I know it's confusing. I can't wait for it to get to the production version. Is this what you see? Like it presented like this in this grid format as opposed to the other presentation? Oh, you do have it. Okay, cool. Then you're good to go. You obviously are on the latest beta. That's great. Okay, well now you have it. Okay. Now again, all this is excuse me, this is showing you stocks that are really trading abnormally, but it doesn't mean that you just take the trade, obviously. You have to have, I don't know what sort of trading experience you have or anybody listening to me. Okay. You have to have some trading experience. And trading experience really, not even talking about money management at all, but what is the chart telling you? What is this chart telling you? I have a 15-minute chart, I have a daily chart, I have a weekly chart. What is this chart trying to tell you? And if you don't know, then that means you really have to get, that trading 101 that I have on my homepage goes over a lot of, candlestick reading. And so Kareem, so the difference is, I mean, listen, you can this is the old grid for I mean, you can still use our top list windows like a grid. I mean, if you like this presentation, fine. I'm not trying to force everybody to use it that looks like this. To me, this is just a highly better visual presentation, okay, of a top list window, okay? Now, if you don't have this, again, if you cannot do this, if this is what it looks and you do wanna see it like this, then you have to have this option. So if it just looks like the grid format, and you right click and it does not say show tree map. Oh, well, pre-market is just pre-market. Okay. Well, I mean, it's just pre-market. So that's what I use in the pre-market. So before the market opens, before 9:30 Eastern. So I see you're talking about on my homepage. Yeah, I'm not sharing this yet on my homepage because it's the problem with sharing it is if people don't have the latest beta and they're expecting to see it looking like this, I'm going to get questions over and over and over again. How come? How come? How come? How come? So I don't mind showing it like this in front of people because then I can explain that you need the beta. All right, guys. Well, I'm sort of interested in this SGMT. Actually had a little pop. I almost took this trade, but I got distracted. I'd be out of it now for a little loss, but I missed the LTRN from our AI. Look at this ALAB, guys. ALAB is almost at an all-time high. Now, again, it's only been trading 4 days, but I think it's almost at an all-time high now. Super successful IPO. The high was 2 days ago. It's $80, so it's getting closer and closer. This is really a good shot in the arm for the IPO market, guys. Reddit is a different animal. I mean, this is we call this a little more of a legit company, in terms of I don't even know if they have revenue and all, but had the trifecta. Okay, it's a semis are hot, AI is hot, and and I think the supply to Nvidia is obviously hot. So they IPO'd at exactly the right time. A moment, guys. Okay, see if anything else is sneaking in here. Yeah, I missed the boat. I mean, the AI has a couple of nice shorts so far. Okay, RAI, LTRN. The alert was at wow. Wow, missed this one. 1078. Sure, I've got my sound alert on here. Yeah, I do have it. I don't know why I just missed it. LTRN suggestion to short at 1078 before it pulled up a little bit. 964. That is a great move. The MBRX suggestion to short at 527 before it pulled up. Wow, 465. I mean, I missed that one too. You have no excuse. I have an excuse. I'm sort of tugged in a bunch of different directions. But if you've got the AI guys, I mean, those are two awesome shorts. The longs, as I said before, I didn't like the TH. The SGMT, I mean, maybe later on. Hmm. All right, guys, Zura, ZURA. A moment, guys. Okay. Yeah. So this MLGO, which was not short. Oh, now there's some shares. Okay. Only 1,800 shares available. Interactive Brokers. Now they're available. A little too late. So Zura, ZURA. I was just trying to. I was mentioning this one. This is having a nice pop here and a big down day on Friday. So is this shortable? Yes, this is shortable for me. So this is what I'm looking at. I mean, there's 286. That is the high of Friday. It is, yes, it's trying to come back, but probably for all the reasons why it was, moving down for multiple weeks and then had the big down day on Friday, probably still there. I don't think there's anything, I don't know why it had that. I don't know, maybe it was just trying to see if they did a financing. I don't see a financing. Right, guys. So Zura on the move here, but what happens at this level right there, 286? Does it stall and then move down? Okay, so Najo or Naho or Najo, okay? I don't know how you pronounce that. So if you go to my homepage, put the link in. Okay, so you go to my homepage. Give me a moment. All right, sorry. Okay, so when you go to my homepage, just give me a moment. I just want to get it. So there's my homepage, okay? So if you scroll down to the center section where it says scan, so these are the scans that I'm sharing. Now, as I pointed out, you already have this one, okay? You have this one now, okay? It's not on my homepage, and I'm reluctant to put it there because until it gets into the production, et cetera, et cetera. But for instance, the halts resumes is here. The way I've organized this is that you can pick and choose what you want. Not everybody wants everything, okay, that I've got on my in my layout. So what you see though is you can see the house resumes. I showed you how you can load this, so hopefully you have this on the screen. Now it's up to you really the time frames of charts you want. I mean, this is what I like. A 15-minute chart, a daily chart, and a weekly chart. To load a chart, you just click on new and then chart window. Okay. And it'll look something like this. So I don't share these because not everybody depends on what time frames you like to trade. I like 15. Get wow, look at this. Look at the Zura. So much for yesterday Friday's high, maybe blocking it. Wow. Zura on the move, guys. ZURA on the move. Okay, and then this single stock window that you see here, it is right here. So you can just kind of pick and choose what you want, okay? If that makes sense. But if you like what you see on the screen, then I'm sharing the Hall's resumes. I've showed you how you can have how you can have the relative strengths from the relative strength leaders from the close, a mouthful. And then here's my single stock window. And again, I think really you should make up your mind what sort of time frames you want. Everybody has a different trading style. That makes sense? And once you have things on your screen, okay, don't forget to save your work. You can do it the simplest way, the simple way is when you click on file. I can't click on exit because it may destroy my link to my brokerage platform. But if you click on exit and then it'll say something like, do you want to load when you load trade ideas again? So after you've exited, it'll say, "Do you want to when you load trade ideas again, you want the same layout to load." Okay, that'll be the that'll be the simplest way. I also recommend highly that anything that you like, any scan that you take from me or any scan that you create, you save it to the cloud. Okay, so for instance, if you have this scan, this is what I'm sharing on my homepage. You don't see it, it's on another monitor, but if you have it and you just right click and save or share to cloud, okay, and you save it. Now it's in your cloud. I would save your layout to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. You can give it a name. Could be, I'll talk to you now, Najo's first layout, whatever you want to call it. More than likely, you'll click entire layout, give it a name, and save it. The reason you save things to the cloud is that if you can have trade ideas you can have trade ideas loaded on as many different devices as you want. So I'm working on a desktop computer. That's what I'm working on right now. But I've got a couple of laptops. I have a couple of tablets. But if I went out and bought a new laptop this afternoon, all I'd have to do is load Trade Ideas, the program, and then file, load from cloud. Okay, and I can load whatever layout I want or the individual scans that I created. Okay, I mean that's the obvious way. That's the obvious reason. It works like any other cloud operation. You can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. Now, the other reason, of course, is that I'm working on my desktop right now. So if all of a sudden my desktop just stopped working for some reason, well, and I have to get a new computer, well, a pain. But again, if I've saved everything to the cloud, file, load from cloud. Okay, so that's why it's very important to load everything that you do into the cloud, so it's there. Other reason to do that is now I don't know if there's a time. Used to be no, like it didn't matter how long. But if you say you decide for some reason you don't want trade ideas anymore, and then a year down the road you decide, yep, I want it again. If you use the same email address that you used to sign up for trade ideas in the first place, then everything you've done will be in the cloud. Now I don't know how long that remains. It used to be almost, forever. I don't know if now they've put like a 2 year time limit on it. I don't know. Okay, guys, so I see that Reddit now has reclaimed 50. The idea really is that it reclaims 50 in a really strong way. So we can look at 50 as being a nice base, put a stop on if you want to take the trade. And not depending where you're taking it, of course. If you take it at 58, if you got up there, you wouldn't want to have 50 as a stop. But I'm just saying, if it can, really, really solidly maintain 50, no guarantee it's going to, of course. Don't be sorry. Okay. The combo scan, well, not from the toolbar. Okay. It's not from the toolbar. It's on my homepage. Always, all these scans that I'm talking about, these are personal scans that I created over, years. Okay. So you're not going to find it in the toolbar. These are personal scans. So you've got to go to my homepage. Okay. And when you click on my homepage, okay, when you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So here are the scans, the center section. You click here, and the combo scan is the bottom right. So I have two columns of scans that I'm sharing, the bottom right. Okay. Yes, David, this is my homepage link. So somebody in my YouTube room asked for my homepage link. Okay. All right, guys. Now let's see. Looking to see if there's anything interesting. I guess is yeah, look, ah, man. I mean, again, if I can pay a lot more attention, I mean, this was an awesome short. Okay, look at the Zura. Okay, I'm not saying you can time it right to the penny, but for me, if a break underneath that whole number of three would have been a nice solid trigger for me. And look what happened. I mean, got up to 308 and it pulled all the way back down to 262. Again, for all the reasons why this was down and probably moving down over multiple days and especially on Friday. I mean, they're probably still in place. I don't know what happened. I can't remember what happened on I don't see any, specific reason for it. Well, look at that A-lab, guys. Right at almost at the high. Its first day high. No, sorry, second day high, almost there. In fact, did it get above it? Yeah, actually did. I'm wrong. So it did actually get a little bit above it. All right, 11:22. So I am just going to confirm with Chris that he'll be in our YouTube room. in about 40 minutes. That's Chris Varley. So I always think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube when I do take my break because, again, we have 5 days of the week, five different traders, and we all have different trading styles. So my trading style may not be what you like. I mean, but Chris's maybe might be better or not better, but we all have different trading styles. There's no right or wrong way to trade. The only right way to trade is finding some way that can make money. Obviously, but we all have different trading styles. For instance, so my trading style mainly is, of course, to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. But for instance, the XTLB earlier, right? What were we talking about is that, okay, you miss it the first time, you miss this giant move the first time, got up to what, 479, but it pulled back to the VWAP. And then from the VWAP, it seemed to hold, and then it exploded off the VWAP, which was at that point was about I think 420. It got up to $5. So if you miss it the first time, but you'd rather be a pullback player, maybe pulling back again, maybe to the VWAP or maybe a moving average that you like. You can still use all these, okay? Because even if you're a pullback player, you should be wanting to see stocks that are trading abnormally. I mean, yeah, the SGMT it has a chance. It does have a chance. I mean, it's been a little choppy, but the reason, when I look at it, I mean, up here, 664, nobody's saying it's going to get there. I mean, there are little areas that could stall on the daily, but it is an earnings play, so it should be active all day long. And so the way I use the AI or any of my scans, I use it like a watch list too. Sometimes you get a trigger meaning an alert. And maybe it doesn't move from that alert that well. Maybe I mean, this one didn't. I mean, it did actually not bad, I guess. 528 up to 550 before it pulled down that back. But you might look at this and go, okay, what if it takes out 534 again? There's the AI alert. What if it takes out 534 again? So put an alert there, put a price alert right there and see if it does it again. I don't display the AI because it's not fair, for people who paid for the premium service. But every now and then, I want to explain how you can use it. And Chris confirmed that he will be in our YouTube room in about a little over half an hour from now. Oh man, I'm really blowing this, guys. I mean, the CMP showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown at $15, 1024. So it's about an hour ago. So you had to wait a bit, but and it popped up a little bit. And now look at it, 1456. Well, if I'm looking to short things, make here, I mean, I'll look no further than these abnormal option activity. So anything in brown, I mean, look at the VMEO and an alert at 494. It's got way below that. This, I could look at the abnormal option activity. These are all anything in brown is a potential short. Okay. But if you're looking, Yeah, so I don't have a scan exactly like that, but that's pretty simple. That's pretty simple to create. Personal, a float under 50 million, more than $3, volume more than a million, up more than 10%. That's really simple. I mean, are you able to create that? I don't have, I mean, again, if I want to short something, for me personally, I'll look at this, anything in brown, the abnormal option activity, and then this takes it one step further with the 10-day daily breakout. So I don't have a scan designed specifically with your filters, but I mean, it's simple enough to do. Okay. I mean, does that answer? I mean, like, what is your experience? I mean, could you create the scan yourself? Ah, your first day with TI. Okay. So welcome. Okay. So creating a scan like that, I'll do it. Okay. What time is it now? 11:28. Okay. So this is, okay. Reddit guys, RDDT on the move again. So the first thing, if this is your first day, I hope that you went through the 10 short videos. Now you don't have to do them all. I mean, if you've already downloaded the program and all, but one of the videos is on alert windows, okay? And this is what I'm talking about because it's a software program. So there is going to be a learning curve. Of course there is. So clicking on my homepage link, this right there, the getting started. Okay. Now, again, you probably don't have to do, if you've already downloaded the program, you don't have to do the download and install your first startup and login. But right there, you see where it says alerts, alert windows, scan. This, this is a, and also if I go to the user guide, this is a more detail. Okay. So on my homepage again, if you scroll down and get to that education section, click here. And I'm showing you this because I mean, I can show you, I'll do it right on the screen. I'll create what you're looking for, but you should have a reference because you may want to do another one. Okay. And so here's your reference, your user guide, and right here, alert windows. Okay. That tells you how you can create an alert window and the whole concept behind it. Well, let's do yours. Okay. So I'm talking to Bakir in our YouTube room. So you would start off with new alert window, okay? And then start from scratch, get rid of all these. Okay. Now I've started from scratch. So now when I look at the summary, sorry, start from scratch, just a minute. I rarely create new ones, but just give me a moment. Let me back up. Do it again. New, so new alert window, start from scratch, load the settings. Okay. Now when you look at the summary, there's nothing in it. Nothing in it. Now this is how you build your scan. So you were looking, for instance, a float under 50 million. Now, this is for everybody too. If you're wondering, do we have any float information at all? So in the search, just type in float. Let's see what we've got. So yes, we've got float shares. So that means we do have that filter that you're looking for. So you click on it, add the filter. Okay. And you'll see that all of our filters have a min and a max. Let me do it again. Okay. So again, search, float. So yes, we do have that float filter. So click on it and then add the filter. Highlight it, in other words, and then add the filter. And you'll see that every one of them has a min and a max. So you wanted a max. a 50 million, a float under 50 million. So you would put 50, 50, and you can actually shorthand it to 50 million. Okay. Number one. So look at the summary. Okay. So now we're started. More than $3. Search price. Okay. There's the price filter. Click on it, highlight it, add the filter. You want it minimum of $3. So put three. See how we're building it? Price is at least $3. Float is no more than 50 million. Okay. 1 million shares traded. Well, let's type in volume and see what do we have for volume. Okay. We have a lot of different volume. We have some alerts. We have some other filters, but volume today is what you're looking for. Volume. You could have typed in volume today, but you volume today is what you're looking for. Highlight it, add the filter, and you want 1 million. Oh, 1M. Back to the summary. See how we're building it. And last, up more than 10%. Okay, so 10% from the open or 10% from yesterday's close, like Friday's close, because we have different ways we can express up more than 10%. Is it up from the close of the day before or up from its first trade of the day? You have so I will assume, okay, but watch. Now I'm going to say change. I'm going to type in change. So we've got a lot of different changes. Change from 1 minute, 2 minutes, scrolling down, S&P changes. So here, this is what I'm talking about. We have the change from the open in dollars or percent, or the change from the close in dollars and percent. I will assume you want the change from the, oh, you want the change. Well, okay. When you say morning, though, again, the change from the close means the change from yesterday's close. So if a stock closed at, $10 yesterday, being Friday, then you want it to be, and then you want it to be at least 10%. Okay, so it'll have to be $11. I think you want the change from the close. Okay, so we'll add it, but you can always change it. Obviously, you can always change it, and you want it to be at least 10%. There you are, 10. Summary. So we've now built your scan. Okay, prices at least three. Minimum of 1 million shares have traded. It's up 10% from Friday's close, and no more than 50 million in the float. Now, the next trick is okay, now for it to be an alert window, you need a trigger. A trigger meaning what alert do you want? If you're trying to short, you want it to be a new low of the day, a new 5 minute low. That's up to you now. Okay, so, and again, I can search. So here are all the alerts that we have. New high of the day, new low of the day. It's up for you. It's up to you now to pick how you want this alert window to trigger. Well, I don't know if it makes sense. You'll have to, the only thing you can do is see what sort of alerts you get, you know? What sort of alerts do you get? More than likely, you probably don't want a new low of the day because, you're looking at a stock that's up 10%. So for it to, it probably have to drop a lot. I mean, it's up to you. Maybe you want a new 5 minute low as your trigger. The only thing you can do is experiment. There's nothing that's hard and fast that's going to work all the time. Number one. Now, work. I mean, you're going to get alerts, and then, but you're wanting to short, right? You want to short. Well, okay, I see what you mean. So, okay, if a stock made all those requirements, maybe then what you're thinking is, okay, a stock is maybe it's up too much, and now I want to maybe look at it maybe as a potential short. if that's what you mean. Okay, so again, I can pick new high, add the alert, pick up, come on, and then summary. Now you see we've built this, and now your trigger is a new high for the day. So I can give this to you, I'll call it back here. Very simple though. Okay, so there it is. Okay, there's the cloud link for it, and this is what it would look like. Now, you might wanna add some columns, okay? Probably should have yeah, I should have added some columns, so right click because you probably want, the volume, you want other things. So again, if I right click now, figure right click, configure, and then columns, okay? And, yeah, you may not see I mean, these columns are things that I've used in the past, but if you wanted to see them all, oops, moment. So these are a lot of columns, okay? And you can take now you probably want maybe you want the relative volume. Again, that's a powerful filter. You might want that change from the close. Like what is it actually? This is how you can add things. It's up to you. It's completely up to you what columns you want to see. But if I said this now, then maybe let's put the volume today. You see now you've got some different columns. So now it's up to you. I mean, you'll see that you'll get the alert. And now you get the alert and you say, okay, do I think this has gone a little a little bit parabolic? And then do you want to short the top? That's up to you, obviously. But again, go to the guide though, the alert, where the alert section in the guide, and that goes over in a general way, of course, how to create an alert window with a trigger. Oh, you're welcome. Man, oh man, look at the CMP guys. Another. In terms of a short, I mean, again, this is an alert. It's funny. I like the breakdowns more than the breakouts. I mean, the breakouts can be good, but I always found that the breakdowns can give more of a bang, more of a percentage move, like something that's getting some bad news or something. Usually can move a lot further down than something that has decent news on the way up. And so look at the CMP, we had an alert right there at $15. And also take a look at the number of alerts we've had. Not many, okay? This is not a scan. These scans are not inundated usually. And why this says DR, and I'm sharing these scans. I am sharing all four of these. Now it won't look like this in terms of being in what we call a dock window. The reason I don't do that is, there's some people don't want to short. So they don't want these two scans right there. Okay. So it's up to you. But I'm sharing them as individuals. Some people don't care about the don't repeat, and that's what the DR stands for. So why I like the DR, the don't repeat, is because I can look at this window right there and say, okay, we had an alert for CMP, could potentially short it. The time was at 10:24, almost 10:25. The price was 15. What did it do from there? Well, all I do is click on the alert and I can see that before it pulled up at all, it got down to 1432. I will also see in this screen over here, this is the repeating version of these symbols. Okay. Why do you say that, John? He's just asking for, I have no problem designing an alert for somebody. A lot of people out there don't know how to, if you want to create your own alerts. All right. So what you want to do then is if you, okay, so I'm answering Ron M. Yeah. So the company thought, no, it'd be maybe nice to show the Teslas, the Apples, and the Spy because the races can show stocks that are really moving. And typically Apple's, Tesla's, well, Tesla may be a bad example now. But anyway, if you click on the pencil, can you see what I'm doing? If you click on the pencil, okay. And now when you do that, you will see those symbols, Tesla, Apple, and Spy. Okay. And all you have to do is clear them. Okay. And don't forget to save your work. Okay. Don't forget to save. So CGC, now the last time I saw CGC, it was toying with the idea of taking it around 7. What did it do from there? That's it, wrong one. CGC, all right? So it moved up to 738. So it didn't really have a massive pop. I mean, if it can hold the 7 level and move from there, great. All right, guys, what time is it now? Wow, 11:45 already. Okay, so I'll be taking my break in about 15 minutes. Chris will take over for me in YouTube room. So, guys, I am reasonably confident that the promo codes that I've been able to give you guys today to get the same discounts as last week probably will not be valid tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, sometimes those promo codes have a 1 day holdover, and I guess that's what's happened. But I already have personal promo codes that I'll be showing tomorrow, which are slightly less, and that's because those promo codes will probably disappear. So again, if you want to, the biggest bang right now is still today. You get 26% off the first month only, or 28% off a year. Remember, we are having a price increase April 1st, but please listen carefully. If you have a subscription right now, you're not getting a price increase, okay? As long as you maintain your subscription, you're good. Oh, I'm sorry, the level down? Okay, well, I mean, if you wanna believe the couple things, right? 545 is the, 200-day moving average. Give me a moment as I load CGC again, so single stock window didn't load completely, so let me just, get it back again. So the 200-day moving average for CGC is at, 546 right there, okay, 546. So, it could obviously, as you know, it could stall there. Of course, the low of Friday was 466, but I mean, that could be, but, again, $6, that whole number could stall it for a bit. Guys, a lab now, ALAB just made a new high. Well, not quite, but it's over that $80 mark. Boy, oh boy, what a great IPO. At some point, I'm maybe looking to short it, but this is such a great IPO. CDXC guys, wow, look at this. I mean, what a again, 2 weeks. Look at this 2 weeks it's had. So CDXC showed up on the combo scan. Now, let's take a look at a monthly. Wow, look at this. No, that red line though, that is the next high looking left, okay, on the daily chart. You can't see it on the daily chart, but that's what that red line is. At 417 or so, 410 or so. So that I would really have to break that. If it can break that, the next high on the monthly is around 490. So I mean, this could have a run in it. Yeah, but it's got to take out this high right there around 410. So I'm going to stick a price alert right there. So even though it came in on the combo scan, which I do like, actually it's more like 416. All right, guys. Wow, 11:50 already. So what I'm going to do right now is put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over and listen to Chris. He's not there yet, but he'll be there probably about, well, no less than 10 minutes, or no more than 10 minutes from now. So there's the YouTube link. Okay, guys, and I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm not gone yet, but Chris sometimes shows up a little bit earlier, so I'll put the announcement in now. It's SGMT. Shoot, you guys have no excuse. My excuse is that I'm, plugged in a few directions at the same time. SGMT, guys, SGMT. So let me get my announcement. All right, so I'm just getting ready for Chris to take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Well, let's take a look at it on a weekly then. SGCGC. So I don't see where you're seeing the support. I mean, there's the weekly chart, of course, but that corresponds to basically down here. I'm not sure what you're looking at, Casa. But it's doing its level best to try to hold around the 7 level, I guess. But if it really breaks down, if it gets down to like 678, that could really start. You're short, right? Yeah, the SPY chart is, all these top bottoming tails, so the trend is up. The buyers have been, or sellers have been trying to knock it down a bit, but I look at this though. I mean, Nas is down just a little. Dow's down a little bit more, but not crazy low. Spies, the market's really not doing too much. Overall market. Now, with traded is we can always find the things that are moving. So I don't really care that much about what the overall market's doing, unless I was in a trade that, which I'm not generally in, that kind of tracks the overall market. All right, I think I heard a little pop. So I think Chris is in our YouTube room right now, guys. So give me a moment, Chris. I'm going to just okay, so you guys have got the YouTube link in, or you've got the YouTube link. I put that in there. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock. Okay. And just be one moment, Chris, as I get rid of my music so I can hear you. There we go. Mr. Varley, front and center. How are you?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Excellent.
Reddit has been interesting to trade, so that's kind of has got me going most of the morning.
All right, all right.
Yeah, I still have this hope that that the craziness will maybe take effect at some point. I'm actually toying with the idea of just keeping a little bit, for a while, just to see if it can really get going. But
For the cats.
exactly for the cats, you know, upping their nutritional food source. Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, you do anything interesting this morning, or
I'm
are you
doing a
too
lot of
busy?
testing on those charts, and then I had a meeting with
Ah,
TraderView. So that's really it for me.
well, I've only got the one chart on HTML, and it's starting to degrade, though. I'm noticing my computer is starting to go a little bit crazy.
Yeah,
Not terrible, but it's still, in the morning it starts not too bad, but the more symbols I click on, obviously, it just,
right.
they just keep loading up, and they get cached, I guess, and it's just not. But it's not terrible, but you know, the bar is pretty low.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It's a work in progress. I gave them some good things to work with. They
Okay.
gave me some other things to test, and we're just going to be back and forth until further notice.
Until further notice. Okay, fair enough. Okay,
So
my
I guess
friend,
I should
I'll
swap
take
screens,
my
right?
leave and we'll see you in about an hour.
All right. Sounds good, Barry. We'll see you then. Bye bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, everybody. There we go. It looks like we got eyes on my screen now. Very good. Very good. As I settle on in here, Barry makes his way to his break. So, welcome, everybody. Happy Monday to you all. For any of you who do not know, my name is Chris Varley, one of the support team members here at Trade Ideas. I'm sure a number of you have had emails and chats back and forth with me, hopefully all in positive regards. We do this every Monday here, or I should say we do this every day here. I host the Monday sessions of these. It's an open forum. I don't have any pre-done content. So it's always best, I feel, when you folks drive the content, ask the questions that you need. I think we oftentimes find the questions that you have are at the very least in similar condition as the questions other folks may have. There's sort of good dialogue back and forth in that real community sense. Selfishly, it also makes me a little better at what I do, in the sense that the more interactions that we have, more it opens up my thinking, my brain power, and my troubleshooting avenues. Again, that adds to the whole community sense. Of course, if nobody has any questions, I do my best to keep it interesting, informative, and entertaining. Of course, related to the Trade Ideas platform and charts and such. So again, floor is open, folks. Anybody with any questions at all, please do not hesitate. Throw those in for me, and we will get rocking and rolling on that. Like I said, if there isn't any questions, do my best to keep it relevant and entertaining. All right, so far it looks like a resounding silence. So, all right, with that said, as I mentioned to Barry at the exchange here, I haven't really done much I haven't done anything trading wise, and I haven't almost looked at the market at all. I know that the SPY is kind of moving sideways after the open more than less, gap down slightly, and kind of grinding higher for a bit, and now it's moving sideways. So it's, we've got there and a weekly look and a daily look here for us, and a 5-minute intraday look. So is Apple a good short idea? I have no idea, Peter. I don't, we don't give advice here. We don't do that, but we can look at Apple. We can look at the chart, but nobody here at Trade Ideas is going to tell you something is good, bad, or indifferent in any regards whatsoever. What we can say is that chart's certainly under pressure, and we certainly have a bit of a downtrend going on here. Sorry, just waiting for my trusty drawing tool to load. Hopefully sometime this month it decides to. There you go. All right. So just looking at this recent move right here, you got a bit of a curling down trend going on with that there. Battling with this line here, and I bet if we draw that out and extend it as a line, let me get rid of that picture in picture for a moment so we can see better. Excuse me. I just want to thicken that line up a bit. I don't like blue. I want green. All right, let me get rid of that drawing now. Gee, I don't like that either. All right, that's better. I just want it to be a little more opaque so we could really see it. So, just looking at that line right there, it's a pretty big line in the sand, I would say. Got up through it, ran sideways for a bit, continued on, tested it, and it's testing it again. And so now we have to ask ourselves the question, is this going to be a glass ceiling that it breaks? And if it does, obviously we're heading that way. Is it going to be a trampoline that we get some move off of? Basing purely on the technicals, generally speaking, the more something touches the line, the more significant that line is. And it's going to be that case whether we get a bounce or not. No one can predict what's going to happen. Not you, not me. There's no software out there that can predict what's going to happen with this here. We can set up some likely if-then scenarios though, right? So if we break support here, right, then if we break it, then where's the next logical line? And I would surmise that we'd put that next logical line down here at that 160 level. You can see here that it was another level of challenge right there for it. It's a psychological number. Whole numbers, humans are humans love things like that. Who puts their, when you're changing the volume on your TV, who puts it at 21? No one does. They put it at 20 or 25, right? You might have a few people out there who put on the 22 or something like that. The same holds true. Human beings are like that with everything, whether we're changing the volume on TV, we're looking at stock charts. For whatever reason, we like those whole numbers. And so I think that sets up that if-then scenario. The if-then scenario to the upside, and we bring this line back up this way to what we're banging on now. Not quite as clear, right? Are we back up to that 180, right? Do we fail a little further down, as we could see it did back over here and on these days when I tried to make that bounce at first, right? So not as clear on that if-then. So you have to ask yourself, where's the risk and reward on this, right? If I'm risking here at 170, am I risking all the way down to 160? And am I trying to risk for the benefit of 180? Well, then you're looking at a 1-to-1 ratio on that. That means you need to be better on your trades 51% of the time, minus commissions and slippage. So, I'm not a fan of 1-to-1. I'm not a fan of this risk reward setup here right now. On the flip side of it, that was if we were looking long. On the flip side of it, again, 160 is a reasonable scenario, or is a reasonable first target on the short side of things. I'm still not sure about that 180. You can see that we had that struggle again below that 180 there. So what if you were at a 175 based on these intraday candles back here? Well, now you're setting up a 1 to 1.5 risk reward, which is a much better ratio to be looking at like that. So as far as the idea generation part of it all goes, ask yourself, is the risk reward scenario appropriate and does it make sense? Think about what your percentage of winning trades versus your percentage of losing trades is, and how a 1-to-1 or a 1 to 1.5 ratio does or does not make sense in that regard. Now, speaking from a totally personal perspective, when I look at risk to reward ratios, my risk, whatever that is always my hard stop. It's always my number. That is a non-negotiable number. I'm holding on to that point until I'm holding on to the trade if it's losing until we get to that point. Not going to stop myself out early unless some crazy thing happens, like another pandemic happens, obviously, or something like that. Outside of things that are unlikely, I hope anyways, to happen again. If I just put on a trade, and it doesn't work, I'm holding on through till the stop. When the stop gets hit, I'm done with it. My target is negotiable in the sense that if we get up to a level and I just see us start to struggle at that level and we can't get through it, you better believe I'm taking some money off that trade, if not all that money off the trade. So this then scenario to me, this if then scenario is negotiable. This one is not. But I'm always trying to make sure that this is closer to a 2 and the ratio to that being a 1. Anyways, that's my long story long on Apple. Am I a trend follower on swing trades? Yes, I'm a trend follower looking for trends, a consolidation and a breakout, or continuations of breakouts in that trend. Intraday, I don't know that I'm really as much of I won't say I'm necessarily a trend follower intraday. I guess I am intraday. Hard to quantify that exactly because, trend follower can be very subjective. If I, I guess, yeah, I'm a trend follower, even on the intraday. I'd say not as much, because let's pretend this just as an Apple for 1 second here. There isn't really any kind of trend going on in this, but if Apple were to break up above this high of the day here, if this was something I was really looking at, if it had been on my radar for some reason, usually those reasons for intraday is it's been on one of my races here, then that would be something I would be looking for that to break and move higher, finding a break of momentum. It's not, I mean, I guess, could we call it trending off the bottom of the day? Sure. I think that's using the term trend very loosely, though, from my perspective anyways. So convoluted answer for a convoluted question, I guess. What telling me when broker tells me of new options listing for stocks? I have no idea, Peter. I don't really do options. That just tells me there's a market for the options, I guess. It does, there's not much else to put out there, at least from my end of things. Sorry. I know options exist. I understand there's chains. I understand, the basics of puts and calls, understand the basics of expirations. But what does that mean when they're putting more out there? I guess it just means there's a market for it. That's all. That they're supplying a in-demand market. So, all right, keep the questions coming, folks. Keep the questions. All right, what else do we have here? What else do we have? All right, so I guess, fire away any questions you folks have. Up until then, let's I'll run down some charts of some things that have come through my scans here on the day. So we'll start up here with XTLB having won 11 races on this. High flyer, real fast. Much of an interest in that at this point. I think a general rule you can find with these low float stocks and low priced, low float stocks, especially, as things don't usually come back. For every one that does, you probably find 10 that don't. I'm comfortable with that ratio. So obviously this thing, exploded, rejected off $5. It's underneath the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. It's way underneath the VWAP right now. I don't think that sets up any kind of risk reward scenario that I particularly care for. I mean, the thing's obviously in play, I guess, still. 23.5 million shares traded on it. But, I am looking at that, having done that. So not a big deal on that. And then, Peter, regarding the options part of this whole thing, unless you're really trading options or options are a part of your trading plan, I mean, I wouldn't put too much stock into it, right? I wouldn't put too much effort into it. Now, if you're trying to make options data part of your trading plan, if you have some reason for it and something you're testing as part of your trading plan and you're scanning and all those things like that, then of course, yes, by all means, go ahead and look right into that like that. But if you are not, I'm a firm believer in not adding information that I'm not going to use, So for me, for example, whatever the options are doing on any stock that I'm trading, assuming that they have options, they bear no impact on what I'm going to do or not going to do. So there's no reason for me to have it there. So I would just ask yourself, am I going to use this data? What's the purpose of the data? How do I want to use it before just going out and adding something like that? That's, just for what it's worth and to save you any research time of doing something like that when it may not bear any fruit for you in that regard. AMTX, so Great Scott, AMTX. Bear with me while these charts load. There we go. you know, got this happen Friday, right? Setting up again today. So, it's not setting up in favor of a rebound, that's for sure. Couldn't even make the high of Friday. It's, price is definitely suppressed by this 8 EMA right now. And even if it can recapture that and make a move back up this way towards the VWAP, I mean, is that setting up a risk reward scenario that you like? Keep in mind that this was a sub $3 stock last week, up over $5 now. And while it's not a tiny float, it ain't a big float either. And this is the kind of thing that if the ripcord gets pulled on you the wrong way, it ain't going to look good. So where's your reward on this? Is your reward the high of the day here? Where's your risk? Is it, the low here? Is it the low here? So that's, what I would be keeping in mind with AMTX. You're short. I mean, if you're short from up here, obviously, you're sitting near 80, 90 cents in the profit. So just, from there, it's just managing the profit. That's all. But I mean, this doesn't look bullish to me right now. Could it reverse? Absolutely. Sure. Why not? But doesn't set up or look bullish currently to me right now. Why is FL up? I have no idea. I have no idea why FL is up. I could never tell you why any stock is up, though. It's not just FL. Like this, I can tell you, like anybody else would, stocks are up because the buyers outnumber the sellers. That's it. And I mean, we've done this dance 1,000 times, Michael Anthony, about news. So I'll just say I don't watch the news. I don't read the news. I don't watch it. It doesn't matter if it's, the local news or the stock market news or world news or anything else. It would be impossible, literally impossible for me to care less about the news. It has never influenced anything I've ever done in the market, not even once. So I really don't have anything else to comment on it. You got, big, massive sell-off. Look like it's trying to rebound a bit here and now getting rejected. That's all. So, there's not much else for me to really go with here. It's, it's still up almost 6% on the day, up almost for $1.50. There's a lot of room for it to the upside, but there's a gap to fill to the downside too. So ask yourself, where is this bullish above what? Where is it bearish below what? Mike C, what's happening? How are you? Happy Monday to you, good sir. How far do you think CYTO could come down? I mean, I'd look at the next support area for it, right? The next support area is filling the gap, right? That's how far I think it would come down. I mean, technically go all the way to zero, but I'd be looking at the gap fill, right? You might consider, is that an area it's going to find support on where it was finding resistance before? But it's got no evidence that's really going to do that here. This thing looks like it just decides to go crazy and do whatever it wants to do. It's a tiny float. So I think this is really at the mercy of a lot of, day traders and kind of pump and dump stuff going on here. So that's what I'd be looking at with that. I would say from whence it came as to where it can go. That's what I'd be looking at with that. Spoken like a true technical analyst. Yeah, hey, look, how many times have we seen a company, their earnings look good, they guided well, and they absolutely roll over? And how many times have we seen a company report crap earnings and crap guidance, and the thing's going crazy, right? I'd be pulling my hair out trying to analyze stuff like that. The only thing that I know is true is the volume and the price. Even sometimes that's suspect, but all the same, Plus, how many times have you seen a company guide a certain way for the next quarter, and they didn't at all come in within lines with that guidance? And how many times have you seen a company report earnings, and then they go back and revise those earnings, right? Can't go back and revise the price on the of the chart, right? That's fact. That stays the way it is. They can go back and change those earnings though, and they do it every single month. Almost every company does it every single month. The U.S. government does it with payroll and GDP and God knows whatever else. So again, I'm going to work with what's true and what's a fact. What's true and what's a fact is price and volume. Everything else is everything else. That's all. And I'm not saying there isn't a place for fundamentals. I'm not saying there isn't a place for news. All I'm saying is those places are not at my desk. And I can't change what that is. It's like going to a restaurant and someone forcing you to eat fish when you hate fish, right? Someone trying to force me to eat fundamentals when I hate fundamentals. It's just not going to happen. So, all right. We've kind of caught up with everything that's going on through that. Let's pile back down through some of these charts here. And again, fire the questions away. I'm just going to go through charts that came through my race here otherwise till questions come in. So MAMI. So this one bears a little more interesting than some of the other ones that have pulled off their highs of the day. Again, 14 million on the float. It's now fighting with that VWAP. So this thing, grinding along, get the spike. Is that it? Is that the last gasp? And it's, not going to get back above that. Of course, no one really knows. But this doesn't set up too bad of a risk-reward scenario here. Someone may want to consider. Now, things that I would be considering, and then the if-thans also. 250 looks like a number it found some support. If it could recapture this VWAP, close a couple of candles above it without taking off, and we saw maybe a little more volume come back into that, capturing that VWAP and staying up there, that would be something that may not set up a bad risk reward up here to this level versus down here to this level. Just based on the ratio here like that, that's a pretty good, I'd say that I'd be comfortable saying it's almost 2.25 to the upside to that 1 to the downside. Am I going to be doing this? Absolutely not. But just trying to, show a case where the risk to reward does make sense. Now, again, that would be a hard stop. That's it. Hits it, I'm out. If we start to move up and all of a sudden we start to stall here or here or here, and the reason why I look at those levels is the top of that shadow, the top of that shadow, and the top of this shadow before we could get to the high of the day. We start to stall there, I'm likely to just kill the trade, right? Knowing full well how fast this thing could reverse on me. And so did I actually make my 2.25? No, but I was putting myself in the best possible position for it. Again, I'm unlikely to trade it. You can obviously, I have a price alert there. For the moment, nothing's going to happen with that as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to move that price alert though back down to this level here, and we'll keep an eye. It triggers. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's the way the cookie crumbles. How about AEG, swing trade idea, 6 entry? It's been sitting there for 2 hours. AEG. All right. As soon as this chart likes to load, there we go. So now, as a swing trade idea here, something I'd keep in mind is if you're going in, 2 hours and a swing trade idea, I don't know, those time frames meshing up for you there. I would ask you, why is this a swing trade idea for you? What has you thinking about this stock? Why this stock? The next thing I'd ask you is, you're going to enter here at $6. Where's your stop and why is that your stop? If you're going to enter here at $6, where's your target and why is your target? Now, the things that come right to my mind right away is this level down here around 575. That looks like there's, some kind of interest in that level going back like this, right? You've got this recent high up here. Let's say that's up around 615. So that, that's not really setting up much of a risk reward scenario that I care for. You're risking, I don't know, is it 25 cents? Is it 30 cents? Is it 575? Is it 570? For 10 cents right now? or are you looking at something bigger picture, bigger time frame wise? This thing has a lifetime high of 934. It's $1.5 billion in the float, so it's not going anywhere quickly. I could tell you that right now. So if there's something here, that has you believing in not only this price recapturing this recent high, but then maybe taking a challenge towards that $9 level. But this stock hasn't gone anywhere in years, in all honesty. Just poked up above this level here now. So I guess if you're a believer in it staying above this level and it has a bullish thesis above that, but going all the way back here to March of 2022, you're still looking at 622. So, there's just not a whole lot from, that's just, my personal opinion. It doesn't mean squat for anybody else, but, as far as for me, there's not a lot of alpha on this chart. There really isn't. It doesn't, like I said, that doesn't mean we don't wake up tomorrow and the stock is on the moon, for all I know. Earnings are behind it. It didn't have much of a reaction to earnings. I don't do crypto. Sorry. I don't have anything to comment on crypto. Whatever indicators you're looking at, I'd be using those. I don't have a way to bring up a Bitcoin chart on this platform. So, if you wanted to look at, Bitcoin related stocks, I think, CLSK, this is something to watch. The more bullish Bitcoin's been, the more bullish this chart has been. This might be one you want to take a look at here. This thing is, again, nearing this top that's there. It's 190 something million, almost 200 million in the float, but this thing can really, really boogie when Bitcoin's boogieing. So look at it, it's a one relative volume right now and traded 27 million shares, right? So, and the volume is, stayed, we generally see volume tick down during the day, but the fact that this still has this much volume going into lunchtime, that tells me that this is an active trader. So this is one of the ways I played Bitcoin, essentially, is this stock. I don't hold it overnight. I'm just not in I'm not in it for that. Too much volatility for my risk taste and management and portfolio. I don't like taking things overnight that I could wake up on the ocean floor with. So, and again, I could wake up on the moon with this thing too, but I have a philosophy. I'd rather miss out on the downside than participate on the upside. I'm about guarding my money. Defense is the best offense, those kinds of things like that. So, that's my comment to Bitcoin. Yeah, John, I don't think that what was it, AEG was the stock. It's not necessarily a bad idea, but for what I'm looking for, I wouldn't be looking at something like that personally. That's all. I want to find things that they're breaking out of something with space to go above it. So I don't know if I can find any good examples of that right now. Let me see if I can find something that might be an example of that. Now this TETRN, now this is an example of that for me, right? Now it's still a big float, and I don't know how fast or much this thing could move. However, this thing hasn't moved much for a long time, and all of a sudden it breaks up out of this level, comes back and tests it, and now it's back to the top of that level. So this is something that I'd be more interested in a swing trade here. Now it is natural gas, so keep that in mind. And then looking at it here, hitting the Wayback Machine on this. It can claim that, when you got to go back more than 4 or 5 years on support and resistance, the less likely that is to play a scenario on you. So, you gotta really hit the Wayback Machine to find. Sorry, my charts just don't want to scroll properly on these HTML charts while I'm streaming here. But hopefully this is illustrating, what I'm trying to get at here. You're up above this $10 level. That was definitely a chore, to say the least. Again, to draw another line here. So you've got that going on there. You're up above this. You're now fighting with that there. We can see the good amount of volume that has come into this here. You're an energy bull. This might be a chart you want to be looking at there. So that's kind of what I'm, this is the kind of setup that I'm looking for here. That would be the kind of I find this interesting and not at the same time. Why do I find it interesting? Right, the thing's been obviously a big sell-off here. Then October happens, and at the end of October, everything started to move up. This was no exception. It's since pulled back, but it's pulled back to an area where it might be finding support. It's also, though, stalled at an area where it might be finding resistance. So at the top of this range right here, this is something I'd be interested in to see if it come up and challenge that $18 level. So, different kind of look here where it's made a move, it's pulled back, it's consolidated in that pullback, and maybe it can do that there. Is it going to? I have no idea. And am I putting this on my liked list? I'm not. But that kind of setup, I do like that kind of setup. Oh, coin. Sorry. I apologize. I thought when you said coin, you meant you were just referencing Bitcoin like that, because I've had people that, on Twitter do that to me all the time where they're referencing Bitcoin as coin like that. My apologies. COIN. Also, coin is going to be Bitcoin. But all the same, let's look at that coin chart, right? I apologize again. Forgive me, please. Thank you. Too shabby here, to be honest. All right, so obviously that base, boom, out of it, come back, test the top of that base, right? Exploded off of it. We've pulled back and come back, and we're back up above that level there. At the moment, crypto seems to be in a bull run. Like anything else, that bull run could end at any point. We're obviously way off the highs here. However, up above that 200, trying to challenge that 300. It's not a bad setup, to be honest. And by bad, I mean it's actually a pretty decent setup. I'm looking at this 300 right here. That's what I'm looking at right now. And so, does someone take it in anticipation of breaking above that? Do you want to wait for confirmation above that? Because you get above that, then you're looking at, 340, 355, 370, right? So those are your, these are levels that I'd be looking at. Someone might think that this is kind of an in between level with that 350, 355, and they might say that 340 range, 335, 340, and 370 are the ones, and they ignore this in the middle. I wouldn't argue against that. I do like to be conservative with those kinds of things, but again, a good defense is the best offense. How I look at things, anyways. So I would certainly be considering that. That sets up a pretty darn good risk reward, because to the downside here, you've got a few options depending on how conservative you want to be, right? You want to be less conservative. You want to be more aggressive. You want to be most aggressive. You want to be more conservative, right? Or even up here, the base of those two candles and the top of the shadow, right? So you've got, 4 different levels of logical support. What makes the most sense to you, of course, right? there are technicians that would argue every single one of these levels. And again, what makes a market is that there are all these people that are interpreting the data in different ways. So it's some interesting risk rewards, and I like them. You just got to know that, you know, you're attached to volatility with this, and the more conservative your stop is, the more subject to whipsaw you are. More aggressive your stop is, you know, the heavier the loss you're going to take. That's all there is to it, right? So you have to, again, risk reward, risk reward, risk reward. So I apologize for misunderstanding when you said coin before. But again, also, you know, $200 something stock might not be something people want to go chasing after with, you know, with coin, whether yourself or whoever included. So again, you might consider CLSK, right? Again, this is going to be, it's going to be tied to crypto in general. So just, you know, to give some ideas of some different things. I don't know if CLDK is crypto related, but I feel like it is. Computer, and it's whenever I see computer design and things like that, I think crypto. Doesn't specifically say anything about crypto here. Anyways, sorry. So I had that was coming through some races earlier. It's still coming through right now. You can see there. I've got a price alert on that there, but unfortunately, I did not have a chance to take advantage. What Peter means is that I think what Peter's trying to say is that, you know, coin's involved in a lot of ETFs. So if those ETFs, you know, were to get hit essentially, or had big outflows, what impact would that have on coin? Can I ask about a question about Holly AI channel when you have a second? Absolutely, ask it right now. Fire that question for me. Now I can't bring up the free floating Holly channel, but I can bring up the docked Holly channel. Now, quite personally, I like to, you know, looking at the AI, I personally like to just load the individual window myself, Darren. That's just how I like to do it. I don't want all this other stuff from the AI up. I don't need any of it. It doesn't pertain to me. But if you have specific questions on any of this, let me know. Do my best to answer those. But what I like to do is I've got Holly here, and it's just her full blotter of trades, the columns that I've decided are relevant to me. And, you know, it's a watch list for me all day long. You know, I'm watching these alerts here, watching as they come through. I pull up charts. I look at how they do or do not relate to the things that I want to see in the market, so on and so forth. But fire those specific questions into me, and I will do my best to answer those for you. How can you find them at big horizontal support and resistance levels? I would look at, I'm just going to, you know, while I'm waiting for you, Darren, to throw in your specific Holly questions, you know, going to mow through some other questions here. If you don't have specific Holly questions, I can just go over my personal thoughts on the AS. All right, I see you just got some stuff that came in there. So give me a second. Let's jump on that. Looking at trying to find things based on, you know, weeks and things like that. For Devin here, I would look at things like this here, position and range. And I would be looking at position in 5, 10, 20, and 3-month ranges. If you want to go further out, obviously 6 and 9 months exist. And essentially, you know, if you add this any of these filters, they're all going to work the same, obviously just in different time frames. If you were to put, 100 here in the minimum, that means the stock has to be at the top of that range in order for you to see it. If you put the 100 in the maximum, it means it has to be either at the top of that range or below that range to see it. So you maybe want to bracket it in with, it's at, let's say, in between 90 and 100 on the range or something like that. Find stocks that are near those for that. We don't have specific weeks that go back like that. So that's one spot I would send you. I don't know if there's a range filter. You might consider these range filters here in coordination with something like that to find things that have larger or smaller ranges as well. I don't know if that's going to make any difference or has any bearing in what you want to do. And then there's the change, and you have those in that 5, 10, and 20 days as well. So you may want to consider those filters, but your position and range will be your first priority in those. And that's where I would be sending you first as far as looking for stocks that are at that. So in the top left AI strategy window portion, it says that AI has made 8 total trades, 3 on one stock after clicking on it, and 2 other alerts, the bottom right window. Let me see here.
TH.
Channel bar, Holly. So there's a few things to look at here. Kind of hard to show because the doc has things. So up here, this is just going to be strategies, the actual strategies that came to trade today. So breakout long, mighty mouse, breakdown short, downward momentum. Those are the only 4 strategies that came to the plate today, right? Here, you got a filter. It's going to show only the long trades. That's it. And here, it looks like you have no filter. So this has got all the trades in it here today. Oh, I'm sorry. So this is the long-term AI here. I apologize. This is going to show trades that are in the money between these dates here. And that's it. So, you're going to see anything that had an alert, and there's a set of columns that are in there. You could always right-click and change those columns and adjust them as you want. But just know that anything you adjust inside the channel itself won't save to the channel. You'd have to save it as your own layout afterwards, right? And so you could do that or save it as your own window. So you could do that if you're in the docked version. You could right-click at the top, and you could go save or share to cloud, and it would save this whole doc, with everything that you did in it. And then you could load it with your changes by going to File, Load from Cloud, and that would be here in your cloud. And you can name a doc too. So you can name this. Let's say you want to make some changes. You could custom channels, change title, and you can call it My AI Docked Channel. And, watch up here. It's going to change that. So My AI Dock Channel. And then you could save it like that. All right. You're going to have, look, entry time is right here. Entry time is right here. There's your entry price. There's your entry price. So those are all there listed for you. And again, some of these, they have filters or history themes on them, right? So again, if I expand this out here, you can see these are, in the money signals to the short side, it looks like. See, these are all saying short next to it. All right. These are a mix of short and long. All right. These are short trades only. See the filter here, short only is checked. All right. So those are the things that I'd be looking at. And that's going to give you kind of the base of what it's looking at with that. So that's why you may see some limited data in there, and you can undo any of those filters that you want. From her conservative cells. Well, so conservative, so there's moderate and conservative. Moderate means the only two things that would get you out of the trade is your stop gets hit or you hold it to the end of the day. Conservative means the stop could get hit. There's what's called a profit save, which is essentially a trailing stop. So you're up, the Holly's up in the trade, it reverses, she gets out before it goes negative. There's a reduced risk, which means the trade isn't working, it's down, and it's not going to stick around for the stop to get out early. And then it has a time stop, but all the time stops end at 3:45 Eastern or 3:50 Eastern. And so those are the four conservative exits to get out, versus there's only two moderate exits to get out. Stop gets hit, sell it on the end of the day. That's it, regarding your question there, John. So that's everything there. Why does mine look different than yours? Because I'm looking at the docked version of this channel bar. All right, so let me close that out again. So if you come here to the menu bar and you go new, there's channel bar, which looks like this. If I open this right now, it's going to kill my layout. I can't kill my layout. I'm testing things here. I can't lose these windows. I've got data that I'm collecting here. But I can open a docked window. I can open a docked channel bar. So I would surmise, oops, that's not what I wanted to know. I would surmise you're on the free floating channel while I'm showing off the docked channel. They have some similarities, but they're not going to be exactly the same. So docked channel bar, and that's what I'm seeing there. So that would be that there, Darren, for you. What version of the software are you on, Darren? Go to help and about. And if you can tell me what version of the software you're on. Got it. Okay, so all right, you got it now. All right, perfect. So I was wondering, maybe you were on a much older version of the software, and then things could look different if you're on an older version of the software. That's entirely possible. On the newest beta. So why are they different? Some people just different flow, different things for different strokes for different folks, as the saying goes. Some people, they want everything in a docked window, all conglomerate together, and they can move it as one block in one unit. Some people want it free floating. They only want certain parts of the AI channel, things like that, and then you have the people like me that all I want is this one window here. I don't put any filters. I don't like too many columns on it. That's it. I'm a firm believer in there is such thing as too much data, and there is such thing as bad data. And the reason why I'm a believer in that is because I get analysis paralysis, essentially. I just need what's specific and relative to me and relevant to me. It's not that the data is bad for everyone, just not right for me. And so, I track Holly this way, like that. And the way I do that, because you can see, obviously, I have all the rest of the stuff that I have in a layout here. I've got this tree map. I've got these races. I've got this multi-strategy window, right? I have my charts the way I want my charts. And so what I do is I go new, premium AI strategy trades window. That opens this up right here like that. Yours will open up as whatever the default is, unless you change the default. I've set mine up so it looks like this. And then if I open a new one, it always looks this way when I open a new one. I did that by right-clicking and going save as default. And you can do that with any window. That if you save any window as a default, every time you open a new one, it'll open exactly like that. So like you can save charts as a default, meaning that it'll always open exactly like this chart with this indicator, or a top list, or an alert window, so on and so forth. So does every channel have two versions? No, every channel does not have two versions. There's a limited amount of the docked channels, because some of the channels that are non-docked don't fit or flow well into a docked format at all. So on the docked channel bar, if we scroll down, you have that show more. There's a fair amount of channels that are there. versus if you go to let's go new and a regular channel bar, and we can either scroll down and see the show more, or I can pull it out like this and do the show more, and you can see all the stuff that's there. Some of this just doesn't translate as well to the dock channels. It's not that, if you wanted to put them in a docked format, you absolutely can. Some people like the docking, some people don't. Again, it's all what's relevant to you, of course. And, what I always suggest to people is this too, how long people are subscribed for and things like that. But I think people will generally find, especially over the first year of using the software, also, this will depend on how new into trading you are in general too, that the layout that you have, day one and the layout you have day 365, they will look absolutely nothing alike. They likely will not contain anything the same. Now those, now people that have, they've had a trading plan for some time, they've been involved in markets for a long time, they're likely to settle on a default layout quicker than someone that's completely new. So like for myself as a personal example, when I first became a Trade Ideas subscriber in 2017, I didn't know anything about trading whatsoever. And so, the layouts that I had then, I was just pulling scans from Andy and Steve and Jamie and Dan, or whoever, Barry and everybody that's sharing scans. I was pulling every scan and loading it in and save it. They got a gajillion things on there and I didn't know what I was looking at. And, I wanted to, to have 10 charts up all at once, and I put every indicator on them. As you can see now, my charts are pretty clean. I don't like much on my charts for indicators. I run a pretty consistent set of scans. I'm looking for the same kind of stuff, and this is more or less the layout that I settled on a couple of years ago. All right, glad that helped, Darren. And if there's anything, Darren or anybody else, if there's anything software question related and I either didn't cover it or didn't cover it well, let me know so I can attempt to get you a better answer, or one, that makes more sense, of course. I never want to leave someone hanging, not getting the answer that they're looking for, and still kind of like miffed and searching, and they leave kind of upset or frustrated. That's no way to go about support. That's no way to go about, really building anything that we're doing here whatsoever. Because, at the end of the day, great if people sign up for Trade Ideas. Obviously, as a company, that's what we want. But if we're not providing you guys with the information you need, we're not, helping in that regard, you're not finding value out of the tool, it's all for nothing. And we're not doing our, the second end of our bargain, right? Obviously, there's some things that are easier said than done. Trading is hard. That's all there is to it. I'm a testament to it over the last nearly 9 years of how freaking hard trading is. So, 7 years, sorry, not 9 years, 7 years. 7? I don't even know anymore. But, first part of a lot of this, at least as far as the Trade Ideas side of things goes, is making sure you're understanding the software, what you're looking at, and where you may or may not be able to find the things that you're going to really need. The only font option that we have, Jay, is this. If you go to Tools on the menu bar here, you go to Options. And under General, we have font size. It doesn't cover everything. It's probably, I think it's mostly just going to cover alert windows and top lists. I don't think it's really going to impact races. It won't impact charts. Won't impact tree maps. So that's really it on our end as far as changing font sizes for you there, James. And close that. Close that. You are welcome. Move that back over here. Alrighty. We're looking good. Looking good. All right. Perfecto. So I got to say, with SPY slightly down, still plenty of wow. These charts just don't want to go for me. There we go. Still plenty of alpha to be had out there, especially around that crypto land. Devin mentioning coin before. Riot grinding higher throughout the day today. Definitely running itself into some possible resistance, but that initial move and just kind of grinding higher, pull back, grind higher. Oh, Mara did. I saw Mara earlier. So Mara gave it up. You can see a topping shadow here. We'll see what it can do moving forward. Can I have Trade Ideas Pro open on my PC and log into the web version on my Mac? No, you cannot. One login for the master software at once. I call it the no Netflix clause. Is a contractual obligation with our data providers and the exchanges. What you can do is this, though. Give me 1 second. Bring over our home page. You can, in the market dashboard here, you can have multiple market dashboards open at once and have live data on that. Now I'm on delayed data with it right now because I'm running the software and I don't want to take my live data from that. But if I were to go to preferences, settings, I can go switch it to live right here, and I can have multiple versions of this window open. And so, if I wanted to look at different items in here, if I wanted, one window's got sectors on it, one window's got a race, another window's got a top list, all those things like that. If I want one window on today's biggest gainers and I want window on the last 30-minute change or one window on the last hour, you could do that with the market dashboard, have multiple market dashboards open at the same time, but that will boot you from the software or the full web version. Excellent. All right. Man, sorry. So looking at CDLX and really kicking myself for not allocating myself some time here. I like that setup a lot coming into today over this high from Friday. Oh, well, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Yeah, sure. So, so everything on one PC, Jay. Regarding the question on Holly here, how I specifically use it, I just open the trades window. So I'm watching all the Holly trades, no filters or anything like that. And, I'm going to set price alerts on stocks that meet my criteria and kind of watch and pace myself from getting in, essentially. I didn't really do any trading today. And, I didn't peruse over any of the Holly alerts. Unfortunately, I'm doing a lot of testing on charts, and we're trying to get some chart improvements and things like that. And I had other meetings, and so it really kept me out of it. But generally speaking, regarding Holly, what I do is, I go new and I look for the premium AI strategy trades window. And that opens up this window here like this. And I have customized this window with the columns that I want. So you can right click, go to columns. The right side is your bank of columns. The left side is the ones you've selected. So anything you want to add, you'd click on it to the right, push it over with the arrow to the left. Anything you want to subtract, you click on it on the left, push it back over to the right. And essentially that's how you do that. You'll, what you want to see today will probably be different than what you want to see in 3 or 4 days from now. I use no filters. I'm looking at all the strategies. I watch what comes in, and I chart it. I pull it up. Do I like it? Do I, is it in my price range of stocks I'll normally trade? What is the, what do the charts look like? Things like that. So, IDN. I thought I had a price alert for this. I guess maybe I deleted it. I'm certain I had a price alert for this earlier. I must have deleted it by accident. All right. Well, with that said, the alert for that came in here, IDN at noon. Yeah, this stinks because I had a price alert here. Actually, I had the price alert set somewhere up here around 375, actually. Late to add it now, obviously. Definitely had a price alert there. I must have deleted it. Anyways, well, I was watching this anyways and, took off above that level. So it is kind of what it is. And, that's how I personally use Holly, watching it, as a watch list and as a scan. This had been coming through my race here. And I always do like when I see stuff coming through my scans and then Holly's alerting it as well. It just adds a little extra kick to me that, there's things going on under the hood that Holly found that, I don't know, call it extra juice onto the trade or not. But I like when I see stocks coming through multiple scanners like that. A little more confirmation maybe. And so that's, what I'm specifically doing on all of that. Very simple question. In a column of a window. Hello, sir. I hear you back.
Yeah, I'm just lightly breathing. My goodness.
It's a very sensitive mic, apparently. Although I can never hear any of your background noise whatsoever. Because you're always like, oh, I've got all, the people are here for the lawn or whatever it is. And I never hear any of that stuff. Never.
Yeah, amazing. But I just go and you hear it.
Yeah,
amazing. So no, listen. Do you want? You want to answer Darren's question about the column, window,
yes,
etc. Okay.
You can. I
can answer around. Patrick if you want.
All right. So let me just duplicate this window so I don't. You can move the columns around, so you can just grab a column and shift it around, however you want to shift them. Real simple, real easy. Just like that, and put them in the order that makes the most sense for you. And I think that's what he was asking. No, what do you think, Barry?
In a column of a window, can you make it so the text info is in the center of the cell like in Excel?
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, you cannot do that.
No.
All right. So like Holly Neo, Holly Grail, like that right here is to the left of the column. Can I make it in the center of that? No, you can't change that. Sorry. It places itself in the column where it places itself in the column. Sorry. Can't be more help with that. I got it better as I read it back to myself again. Sometimes I'm slow. I apologize.
Well, I didn't mean Reddit as I read it. I'm talking about Reddit. Reddit.
What's it doing?
Well, now it's 52 and a half now after being down to about 46 earlier.
Above that high on Friday. So
exactly. And maybe it'll start to challenge that.
And the volume, look at the volume picked up into it in these last 2 5-minute bars as well.
Exactly. So exacto. Wow, great. Okay. I mean, yes, I'm pretty happy right now.
I would imagine so. And I'm happy right for you.
How do I activate trade? How do I activate a trade in my simulator and actually watch it work? Do you want to do that, or I can do it? I mean,
no, I can do that real quick.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Cool.
Let me find my Brokerage Plus. All right. So here's Brokerage Plus. If I go and I connect to the simulator here. All right, we're going to click connect, symbol linking. All right, and down here, make sure it connects to simulated default trading. All right. And you'll be in your order entry panel. And then from there, simply, is it something you're trading from an alert that's coming through? It'll, populate into this here. You could always just type the text in, if you want a Tesla, for example, and you're trying to buy, Tesla shares or something, or you can do it into the chart as well, assuming that the charts will work. All right. And then here, are you buying? Are you selling? You're going to go ahead and click that. What's your share size? You can either select from what it's going to fill for you there, or, you could type in what you want. And is it shares or dollars that you're going in at? Limit or market? If you're going in at a limit, what limit price do you want? If you want to set the time and force here, and then you're simply going to send that trade. So like if I was buying, let's say 55 shares of Tesla right now, I've got it on buy. Let's go with a market order and bang, send. And you see I had 100 shares there. Now I've got 155 shares there, and I've just added to that simulated position that I've got there for it. That's the basics of the short and skinny there as far as the simulator goes. I would say first start with that. And then, you can start to work your way into some of the more complex stuff, trading off the charts, creating predefined orders to trade from, and things of that nature. How's that?
Sold.
Excellent.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you,
very
Barry.
much. Okay.
And
well,
thank you, everyone. We'll
Talk to you
let's
next
do this
week.
again next Monday.
All right, we will.
Thanks, Barry. Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Okay, guys, so I've taken over in both rooms now. Just give me a moment as I get rid of let's see, the announcement, and now I just got to start my music. Now, Steve White, let me answer your question. Just give me one moment, okay? I just want to start my music up and running again. Wow, AEHR guys, on the way down. AEHR, I think it had some news this morning too. Okay, I'm back. AI strategy window does not have a none filter like yours says. Okay, so what Chris was talking about, I think anyway, he wants make sure that this is the one you have up and running. So click on new and then this middle one, okay? Premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. Now, I don't think there's the filter section right there. Okay, there's the filter section right there. I mean, this I don't unless it is. Give me a moment. Yeah, that's not an option. I mean, it's there. Okay, it should just be there. It's not like it's not something you have to add. It's just there. So, but remember, it has to be the AI premium AI strategy trades window, sort of the middle of these three. Okay. Now, guys, was I hallucinating? But wasn't SGMT an AI alert today? SGMT? I could have sworn SGMT was an AI alert today. Yeah. So what's going on? It has disappeared for me. Yeah, yeah, no, yeah, 5:34. I remember, but it has disappeared for me. I have no other all strategies, no filters, and it has disappeared for me. I've actually loaded it a couple of times, and I don't see it anymore because this is the one that I was thinking could turn out to be pretty good later on in the day. Yeah, Mohammed and others. Yeah, I do know. I mean, but I don't see it here anymore, and I have nothing that's blocking it. There are no filters on here, and I have all the I haven't, indicated just to give me a few of the strategies, so I don't know what's going on. Okay, so are you using it's possible the web-based version is different, Steve. It's possible. Now, I have to reiterate, are you using this one? Are you using, first of all, from our toolbar, clicking on new, okay, clicking on new, uh, and then premium AI strategy trades window. Is that what you're doing? Wow. Yes. And you do not see, so you're trying to tell me, and I'm not disputing you, okay? I'm just trying to make sure I understand. In this filter section right there, well, it's not so much none, it's just you uncheck. Like for the minute I do something like that, then but if I uncheck it, then it's just going to default to none. Yeah, maybe that's what it's not that you have an option that you can check that says none. It's just that you've got some of these checked, I guess. So uncheck them. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, just uncheck them all. Okay. Okay. It's basically just telling you I've got none checked. Well, I have no idea why I'm not seeing SGMT anymore. That's really weird. Anyway, yeah, when you're saying it's back in, but there's no reason for it to be out. I've not checked any of the strategies and I've not checked anything here. So I should see all the trades here. Interesting. The net, the ones that are not positive and the ones that are positive. All right, guys. So I had to do reboot of Trade Idea. So I've lost a lot of my early alerts. Remember the Money Hero guys? Remember this series of days when it went from about 89 cents up to 350, and then it fell hard. But look at it today. Look at Money Hero today, MNY. Now AEHR. Now, was this alerted? Was this also alerted earlier? I see it for the first time at 12:08 in the combo scanner. And it's not quite a lifetime low, but it's certainly at the low. Ah, there you go, Mohammed. So it was not an AI alert. It was not an AI alert. It's in the combo scanner. Okay. Good. I'm not losing my mind. I don't see it in the combo scanner right now because I had to do a reboot of Trade Idea, so I lost all the early ones. Oh, okay. Thank you. Really? It's sitting in this? Seriously, okay. Well, only if I click on it though, Pepe, right? And I can't click on it because if I click on it, for instance, well, let me see, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, see, so there's IDN as an example. I typed it in, okay? I know it's an AI alert, but I'm not seeing anything. It's not telling me it's an AI alert. I don't see anything in the y-axis. But if I click on it, yeah, when I click on it, then I see it. Click on it from our AI. Or, okay, I know I'm talking to myself. Let me just see. If I click on it somewhere else, yeah, no. But some are saying that like they're seeing it, SGML, in their AI alerts. All right, guys, AEHR on the way down. Okay, I have to take a look at this AEHR, guys, on a monthly chart. I want to see where it could keep going. And on a monthly chart, looks like the next low looking left is what's below that. So the next low looks like there's a wow. I mean, it's way down here, like way down here. This has been in a monthly free fall. This is the month right here. This is last year, excuse me, in September of last year. This was basically a $54 stock. So one, two, three, four, five, 6, 7 months later, and it's a $10 stock. And looking left, there's still room down to 7 on the monthly chart for AEHR. Reddit, guys, continues to make highs for the day. RDDT, big. Well, I mean, I think it's now above yesterday's high, right? Or the 2 days ago high. Yeah, way above it, way above it. So, I mean, guys, especially maybe not happen today, but if it happens tomorrow at some time and it takes out that high of 57, this could get really, really crazy interesting. Remember, they're only about 22. I mean, we have 8 million in the float. I know they issued 22 million shares, but This AMTX, guys. Now, I mentioned this one earlier in the day, and it was having a recovery. And look at it. I think this is the one I'm talking about. No, I'm not. Okay. No, wrong one. But look at this. I mean, look at this topping tail. This is not going to be, especially if this topping tail here on today's daily chart remains. This is not going to give potential like people wanting to pile into this one anytime soon. They're going to get because look what happened. It got up to $7, closed at 5.58. Would it get up to 6.40? It's at 5.39 now. If these two topping tails remain, my guess is that tomorrow we'll probably see a pretty decent sell-off. People fed up with chasing it and getting knocked down. You know what had a nice little pop? I have this thing thumbnail, and I think I went on lunch break, but SPIR, yeah, the 12 break. I mean, it's been a little bit choppy with some bottoming tails and topping tails, but the trend is up. Now, yesterday Friday's high was 12.47. So what I would do is put a price alert a little bit above it, maybe 12.59 or so. 12.54. So I put a price alert for, excuse me, SPIR at 12.54. At the big down day, of course, on Friday, after a couple of big up days. Ah, financing. That's right. They did the financing at $14. This was an Nvidia play, and then they did a financing at 14. So it really hasn't recovered yet. Still hanging underneath that financing quite a bit. All right. So William says he's going to keep the main room, excuse me, the main room open until 4 o'clock Eastern time. I usually take off at around 3. I'll say later if there are questions, but otherwise, I usually take off at around 3. William so graciously has been keeping the room open usually till 4 or a little past for several months now. Well, your CGC then is doing very well for you, Casa, using your Questrade account to find shorts to sell or shorts for CGC, whereas Interactive Brokers does not have any. Crazy. Oh man, I missed. How am I missing these? So DESP. Now coming into, look at it on a monthly chart doesn't look great. Let's take a look on a weekly chart. Again, DESP just showed up at I don't know if it's the first time, but 114 at 114. The price was 12.50 on the in the combo scan. This DESP, charging higher here, guys. Charging higher, and it is now a 2-year high. Well, the Government Markets Income Trust, MGF. Don't think I've ever seen that one before. Until the miracle day happens, Shady, when your government says enough is enough, we're legalizing it all over the place. Which I'm not sure that's going to happen in my lifetime. So, I mean, it's just, I don't know if you guys can ever get together. Yeah. All the old fogies in the House and the Senate have to retire. That's what I'm saying. It could take a generation. Well, there's SGMT. I mean, this is why I liked it. I mean, it has some room, guys. I mean, 650, 680 or so. I mean, it's got had some room. I'm not saying it was the easiest trade in the world because I mean, but the trend is up. I mean, the trend is up for the SGMT. It was just a matter of where would you put your stop so you didn't get, whipped out because of these bottoming tails. All right, guys, IDN. Let's take a look at IDN as again, it had the massive pop, the pullback, got back down to the alert price, and it's popped off that alert price. The VWAP is 379, so it's above the VWAP. And again, I have to refresh my memory. Where is it with respect to the monthly chart? I think it was, yeah, I think, yeah, 557, 416 actually. But what did it get to today? It got up to 425. So on the monthly chart right now, the next high is 416. And then after that, 470, sorry, 557. 557. Oh, Reddit. Another new high now. Again, the only thing that's really surprised me about this one was Friday. I thought that Friday it would have at least, even if it didn't, soar higher, but just even put in a green bar. But there was a pretty big sell off, from the day before at 57.80 down to 56.46, and on a second day of its IPO. I just was a little surprised. But now, this is actually what I kind of thought might happen the second day. Meanwhile, look at so what I've got is 70.7K now for Bitcoin, up almost 5,000. So after it's let's take a look at IBIT. So you can see what it did. I mean, it got that. This is Friday's candle, so it's getting into this low area. But look at what's happening today. So great, Scott, in our YouTube room. If you're wondering why is IDN up, I don't know. Other than, well, it's a low float, 16 million, but not crazy low. I think it had the news on Friday. You'd have to check the news on Friday. Ah, I know why. Okay, so this was an earnings play on Friday. Okay, and basically it's just a continuation. So this was an earnings play on Friday, and this was, this was the news that came out, surging 67% after a surprise profit. I mean, we're not talking about a lot of money, but I guess for a company like this to not be piling up the losses quarter after quarter. I actually did my video on this today, the second day continuation after earnings. Well, let's keep putting new price alerts for Reddit. 54.25. Now, the only slight warning is that volume has dried up a bit. Okay, this candle is almost closing now. I'm sorry. This has got 14 minutes to close. I'm sorry. I was looking at the other way. So this candle still got some time. You can see what happened. There was the pop. You can just sort of see. Look at that candle. Look at the volume. Next candle, not bad either in terms of volume. Put 55. Why not? Just put 55. Induce it upwards. Now this will be shortable at some point. Not today. and I'm wrong. Oh, wow, there are shares available already. So if they're at Interactive Bro not that I wanna short this, but there are shorts available now, 83,000 at Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, Desperado, guys, DESP. Well, tomorrow I absolutely have to pay way more attention to my, normal option scanner or the combo scanner. Only these alerts today so far. How did Money Tree do or Money Hero do? 227? Let's take a look. Where'd it get up to? Yeah, not much really. So it's even optionable now, Reddit. Okay. Which means, well, okay, I'm gonna say it means you can buy or do the put thing if you wanted to watch it go down, but I can short. There are shorts available. Again, I'm not looking to short Reddit, believe me. Not today anyway. Way Lab, another new high, guys. I think had that pullback down to 70. Wow, I mean that's a big pullback. A pullback down to 70, a little under 77, and now it's tacked on $4 from there. I think the big clue for Reddit really happened here. Yeah, that 9:15 candle, I think that gave people a little more confidence that, okay, maybe we'll have a day. There was a lot of volume on it too. I mean, this market in theory had not opened, whatever that means anymore, but it had good volume, and then that's the now the yeah, that's the 9:15 candle, that's the 9:30 candle. Really did not do anything, and then from there just exploded. How's XTLB doing now after that? They had that initial. Now, this could be one that maybe later on in the day. Depends how far it's pulled back. That's a pretty big pullback. Ideally, this XTLB, after the initial flurry, it would have held in this, 398.4 level, but it's pulled back quite a bit now. Is what I look for is a stock that went crazy maybe in the first half hour or so, and then it kind of does nothing for several hours, but not with such a huge pullback. And then all of a sudden, sometime in the afternoon, enthusiasm well, comes back. Look at the volume. I mean, it's just completely dried up. Yeah, I might have got too greedy on the AEHR guys. It's basically where I shorted it right now, and it got down to the low 60s, and I was hoping a lot more. So I may be taking this out right now. We'll see. I am in this short of the AEHR, but it's right where I shorted again. And I, got down to what here? Got down to the low 50s. Yeah, I might have got too greedy. Actually, I did not know this had. This must have been really quick down to 53. I would have taken some off, 100% for sure. It must have been really, really quick, and then popped right back up. Okay, well, let's see now if AEHR can continue down after that little bit of a pop up. All right, guys. Well, SGMT is still looking decent. It's an earnings play, so that's why it'll be pretty active all day long. Yeah, DWAC's on the move. I don't quite understand it. I mean, it had the massive once the news was announced, basically, it had the massive drop. So I don't know when it's supposed to be trading as the new symbol, but yeah, you're right. It's still trading as DWAC. Well, I hate to, go against a fellow trader, but RDDT still is moving higher. I don't know where your stop is, Shady. It's tomorrow now. Okay. Wow, look at ALAB. Big move. Well, big move. I mean, new high, another new high. Look at this. What a, oh man. Well, Casa or Draw, one of you two guys probably. Well, I know I could look at the IPO ledger, but is there another semi that's coming on board soon? Another semiconductor IPOing soon? Because if there is, and if they do the trifecta, semi, AI, and something to do with NVIDIA, we've got to buy it. We just got to buy it. That's what, yeah, that's what somebody said, Casa. Okay, you know what I'm going to do though? I can't rely on Draw and Casa to do the work for me. So what I'm looking for here, I'm looking for upcoming IPOs that may be semi IPOs. I'm going to find that. Okay, how about Bold? Oh, that's a bio. Boundless bio. What we're looking for also is who is involved. So, for instance, with the A Lab, we had definitely a bunch of A-listers involved. But this one could be interesting. Actually, this could be really interesting. Boundless Bio, only 6.3 million coming out, price between 15 and 17, and Goldman's involved, Piper Sandler, and I'm sure this must be a US stock. Yeah, San Diego. So what I'm going to do, because this is supposed to come out on Thursday. So what I do is this. I will put bold. This is how I track IPOs, okay? I'm gonna get back a little more into it now. Now that we've got two very successful ones from last week, A-Lab and now Reddit. So I put bold in here and I right click. And again, people ask, do you scan for IPOs? I personally think this is a way better way to do it because it gets you prepared. All right. So I'm going to right click, create a price alert. We know it's going to open over a dollar. So I put the price alert there. And of course, it's not trading yet, but that's fine. Now, here is what I'm talking about though. In the notes section, I can know 6.3 million. That tells me that 6.3 million issued and between 15 to 17. And sometimes I will put if there's some big names behind it, I'll just put Goldman Sachs, okay? I mean, I know there are others. So what this does for me is that if and when it starts trading on Wednesday, okay, on Thursday, sorry. That's the other thing I usually do is put when it's supposed to go. So 3/28. Okay. So that's when it's supposed to come out. It doesn't absolutely have to. Now, when it starts trading, my price alert window will pop up. I will see it, but more importantly, I know what the structure is. Let's say it opens at 10. Well, I didn't know that it was IPO price between 15 and 17. I'd have to go back into that website, check it out. But at a glance, I know, for instance, if it opens at 20, we know there's enthusiasm. Okay. So for instance, the other two, Reddit and Alab, they were priced, let's say 34 and 36 respectively, and they opened way above those two. So we knew there was going to be enthusiasm. Anyway, I save it. Now I don't, when it starts trading, it'll pop up from my price alerts window. But I will put the other ones in too. Okay. Do I care about EF Hutton? We'll do it. Look at that. 2 million, 5. UVXG, UVXG. Again, do the same thing. Create the price alert. $1. Put the structure in. 2, 5. I don't care about and then 326. Okay. It may not, yeah, 326. Not usually not 36 days in a month. Save it. Go to the next one. Loop capitals. The only other thing I do though. Okay. So I'm gonna have to go back to this one. Okay. If it's a China stock, I want to know about it because the China stocks can go kind of crazy. So here's my price alerts window. So all I have to do is go back to it and edit it. And I'll just put China here. So I know it's a China stock also. They can go really crazy. Next. And I can give you guys this website, the website link. Next will be NTHI. Let's see if it's China. Maxim usually has some interesting ones. So this is not China. So if it's not China, I don't put anything. So the same thing. NTHI. Create the price alert. $1. And this is an exercise you can do over the weekend, okay? Because you'll have the calendar and it'll show you the ones that are in theory upcoming for the next week. So the same thing, 6 million, 11 to 1375. And this could be opening on Wednesday, so 3/27. MMA. Check to see where it's out of. No, it's out of Australia. Australia can be kind of interesting too. Oh, MMA, mixed martial arts. It's not. At least I don't think so. No, I know it isn't. 1.3. So again, just create the price alert. Put $1. The structure 1.3 million between 4 to 6. And on the 28th, 3/28. What am I doing? Okay, now Mobile Health Network Solutions. Let's take a look at this one. Where are they out of? Singapore. Now that could be interesting. Singapore could be interesting. It's sort of like the China stocks, okay? So MNDR, MNDR, create the price alert, $1. 2.3 million. See how like these are so low. $4 to $5, 328. So it should be opening on Thursday. And now I'm going to put Singapore. Okay, Sing. The last is OKRT. My guess it could be another China stock, just because Maxim seems to do a lot of the China stocks. And there we are. Oh, it's another Singapore stock. So Singapore. Okay. So OKRT. Create the price alert. $1. What is its structure? Again, look how low these are. 2 million. This is why they can go crazy. All right. So I'm all set up now. Okay. I'm all set up for the IPOs this week. Again, they don't all have to open. Okay. My guess is that the one from Goldman will open, but some of the smaller ones they don't have to open, even though they're scheduled. Yeah. So I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't trade any Canadian stocks. So, and your friend keeps telling you to buy it. I mean, this is like the classic stock tip. I mean, I just cannot recommend one way or the other. I mean, look, how long has your friend kept telling you to buy it? Because you're answering your own question. My friend keeps asking me to buy it and that it will pop because they have a lot of contracts with big companies and the government's helping, but it's been dropping for a year. Well, that's sort of I just believe the chart more than I'll believe my friend. Yeah. So what's that telling you, Ash? You're sort of answering your own question. If he's been telling you to buy it for more than a year and it's been dropping all year, I mean, maybe at some point, maybe it turns around, but I'd wait for that. I would never be buying something on the way down, especially if a friend is telling me, "Oh yeah, you got to do it because this is going to happen." I don't buy Canadian companies because there's not enough Canadian companies that have all the abnormal activity that I find in the US companies. It's that simple. Not enough. I mean, are there some? Sure. Boy, look at a DWAC now. It's almost 50. 50, almost 50. All right, guys, I'm out of the AER. I got a little greedy and it cost me a little bit. AEHR, sorry. I'm out of the AEHR. So I know this showed up on both the AI and now it's showing, when I say this, GRWG, it's showing up on the combo scanner. But as pointed out earlier, look where the 200-day moving average is. Okay, guys, 158. So I'm going to go over the promo code again today. I believe this is going to expire. Okay. So we still have the promo code from last week. Not my, you can't use Barry 26 and Barry 28, whatever that is, but whatever it was. But you can get the same result if you do this. Okay, so if you click on that to subscribe, okay, this is what you're going to see. And there are the promo codes you can use still to get 26% off the first month or 28% off the entire year. Okay, monthly 26 or annual save 28. So when you click on that link, you'll be brought to my homepage. So you could use one of those two codes depending on whether or not you want to take out a monthly or an annual subscription. Okay. Again, we're having a price increase April 1st, but if you're currently a subscriber, or if you're not a subscriber now and you take advantage of the promo codes for this week, then you'll be locked in. You'll be grandfathered in to the current rates. Okay, as long as you maintain your subscription, you're grandfathered into the current rates. So if you're sitting there with a subscription right now and you're hearing me saying there's going to be a price increase April 1st, it doesn't affect you. That would be for only brand new people who are not hearing me and ours, it could be undecided still. I'm not saying you have to take out a subscription right now. You've got to be satisfied you want the product. Don't take out a subscription just because you're going to get, a little bit off. And again, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started and short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, free series of videos for you. Stock of the day video that I do, free, of course. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it. I do not think it triggered Spotify's SPOT is the trade of the week. 265.50 was the trigger. Getting close. So it almost got there. It almost got there. There is the 10 o'clock candle, and the high was 264.95. Okay. But the trigger is 265.50. So, I mean, if you took it early, I mean, that's up to you. But now it's smartly coming back. So maybe it'll trigger later on today or tomorrow, or maybe it won't trigger at all, in which case it'll be sort of a non-event. So that is the trade of the week. Big education section is here. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please click on my homepage link and use the promo code, not that one, but the other ones. You can get 26 or 28% off. Really helps the room. It'll help to keep the room free because the room gets credit when you click on my homepage link and use the code that's in my homepage. Wow, look at DWAC now, over 51 now, guys. Okay, now if you're looking for my scans, if you click on my homepage link and the middle section, scroll down, you'll see the middle section is here. So if you want this scan that you see here, okay, this is really it's a top list window. That's all it is. It's a top list window, okay? That's why it says upper left-hand corner T. And then if I right click and I click on show tree map, I get this presentation. So if you have a top list window and when you right click, you do not have that option of show tree map. You have to download the latest beta. Okay. The latest beta is found if you click on my homepage link right up here. Okay. Just click on the download and then right there's the beta. And it's absolutely fine. You don't have to worry about it. And again, I just go over some of my scans. So there is the combo scan that I talk a lot about. Okay, bottom right hand corner of the combo scan. It's the combination of the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break. Okay, if you just want to see abnormal option activity on its own, right there. Again, I don't trade options, but always look for stocks that are trading abnormally. And one way to do it, not just with volume, like the actual volume, but also if it's trading option volume, which is abnormal. And here are the breakouts that I talked about, the 10-day daily breakouts and the breakdowns. So I have a lot of scans here. You can, and this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. But lots of scans are there. I don't have them all up and running, but I have them all there in case something you might look at something and think, you know what, I might want to try it. First of all, if you're wondering, well, what is it looking for as an example? So here is a momentum scan, that I'm sharing. And if you loaded it, to find out what it's looking for, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. That's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. It doesn't really matter. I'm just using this as an example, but you know, these icons are the filters, the screeners with values. So everything has to be met. All the criteria have to be met. And then if the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. I have all sorts of different alerts that you could use, but I like the new high and the new low. Yeah, good question. Or good question to ask. I don't know how much of a friend he is, but yes, GME does report after hours tomorrow. So I know it's been on a bit of a tear. Yeah, but let's put it in perspective. I mean, yeah, it's here, but so it's having a great day, and I don't know if the members decide, okay, today's the day for it, and we're going to bid it up in advance of whatever they're going to release tomorrow in terms of earnings. All right, guys. So again, this is a trading and support room. So if you do have some questions, you can ask. Don't be shy. Rum popped also. Okay, let's take a look at rum. All the some of these social networks. Yeah. All right, guys, we're at it back over 54 now. Back over 54. Briefly anyway. Okay, so Paul, are you using our web-based version? Okay, the question is from our YouTube room. How do I set a sound alert for the AI strategy trades window? Are you using the web-based version or a downloadable application? So you know, like, you have a toolbar that looks like this. That means you're, if you can see what I'm pointing to, that means you're using our downloadable application. Just waiting for an answer. No, we have a slight delay in YouTube, about 8 seconds. So I'm not on mute. So I just need to, well, okay. I will assume you have a toolbar that looks like this, okay, that says File, New, Tools, Windows, Help, and Account, etc. Okay, I'm going to assume you have that. So all you do is this. First of all, oh, you're using the web based. Okay. Well, you can. Let me get to the. I don't use the web based version, so let me load. Yeah, find it. You're very limited in the number of alerts or the sounds that you can put. But let me. So this is what the web based version looks like. So the AI and I would, let's see, right click. Hmm, here we go. Okay, so this is all I would do. Okay, first of all, so you've got the strategy trades all. Okay, and you see where it says actions. So if you right click and you see where it says actions, you check the actions, play the sound, set up the sound. You have very few. You only have like, and if they're very, I think they're very similar. Okay, but exclamation stuff. I think they're very similar. In fact, let me just try. Okay, they are different. Okay, so you can have these four. Okay, these one of these four. See what I'm pointing at? So again, if I cancel out, and I start from this window here, the strategy trades window, right click, go to actions, and check the play sound and set up the sound. And these are three little, nothing magical about them, but you can pick one of the four. Okay. Okay, good. And you're using it because the web-based version because you have a Mac. Okay. All right. Well, Shady's doing well now on his Reddit short. It popped a little bit above 54 and then it just come back down. That is ETD look. Yeah. So you're all, I know, Michael, you're all about energy. Oops. Oh, this is Ethan Allen. Sorry. This is Ethan Allen. Okay. I haven't seen Ethan Allen for a while. Well, next high is around right over here, around 34.49. So not that far away. I mean, it's a minute, not a bad uptrend. Other than that, I mean, it's not trading. Yeah, it's trading a little bit abnormally. It doesn't trade very much, though. Look at that. 2.5 times normal, but it's only traded 170,000 shares. So it doesn't really trade very much. So it depends what you're looking for. But I mean, it's got, I guess it does have some room. Okay, AEHR back down again. Okay, let me see this one again. And it's still not showing up in mine. I'll exit out of it. Oops. No, I know it was there. I know it was there because I was maybe going to do my video on it, but yeah, not showing up for whatever reason. All right, guys, let's see if anything crazy is starting to show up. I mean, this Money Hero has been around for most of the day near the top here. Choppy though, very, very choppy. It could. I mean, have a ways to go, but what just happened to SNY? I don't know. I didn't see it. Let's take a look at SNY. Well, nice pop, Sanofi. So yeah, right into the 200-day moving average. So you meant SNY, not SBY, right, William? No news that I can see. Yeah. Oh no, but we can see this that it popped right into the 200-day moving average, and so far anyway, that's stopped it. So it's possible that GSK and Sanofi have something going on because GSK did the same thing. So one's buying the other or collaboration or something. Does ETD look overbought? Well, not in the daily chart anyway. I mean, it had a nice run, but I mean, it's not like it's had, a series of uh, daily candles up without any sort of a pullback. So, but Michael, you got to make up your own mind on this, okay? I can't. Don't listen to me. You got to. I mean, all I can tell you is that the next high is pretty close, 34.55. All right, guys. I almost tried that AEHR again, and I'm glad I didn't. I thought maybe this little red bar would start to make it would really make it go down, but nope. And in fact, this could be a bit of a reversal now in guys. Well, I'm kind of winding down myself. I'm not going to probably do anything more. We'll keep the room open until 4. So I'll probably take off around 3. I'll put the main room link into YouTube so you guys can head over there if you want for another hour of talking about trading. Yeah, who's zooming who is right. Well, let's see now. Is there a later headline? Not yet that I can see. What was it? Glaxo, right? GSK. Well, I mean, this is almost back from where it started. SNY is still a little bit up. It's interesting that there's no news that I can see, not from Interactive Brokers, and you're saying your service doesn't have any news either. Interesting. It's interesting. They're all bios that seem to pop around the same time. NVCR and SPY and GSK. SNY. Well, guys, let's see if IDN can take out 4 again later on. what time is it now? 2:30 or so, 2:25. See if we can take out 4 again and start to run. Need some volume, I think, to come in, but this could get running again late if we can get over 4. I'm talking about the IDN. Still no news that I can see for SNY. So what did it get to? Got up to 50-50, and there is the 200-day moving average, which is 50-56. So it got right into that 200-day moving average and stopped. If it does it again, though, I mean, it's got some room up to around 52. If it can somehow take that out, wow. I mean, this has been just on a nice run. CDLX, nice. Look at this weekly. 2 weeks ago, yesterday, not bad. Now look at this weekly can. Well, it's only one day. Remember, it's only one day. Today's. This is the weekly candle, but only one day, and the next high. I mean, it's almost there. These Erdlytics. Okay, I thought it was a bio, but it's not even close to being a bio. It's. I was going to think. I thought it would have been something like cardio, but nothing to do with being a bio. Advertising platform. So maybe these guys are talking at, Cass is pointing out the BTIG healthcare IT slash digital health analyst, some kind of conference. Maybe they're talking now. Okay, guys, it's 2:30 now, so I think I'll put myself on mute. Okay, if you have a question, I'll pop back in, but I'm sitting here, but there's not a lot I want to can really talk about right now. So I'll put myself on mute, and if you have a question, I'll hop right back on the mic. Okay?
Despacio, pájaro, dulce, lagar. Cierra la puerta despacio.
Tú estudias en la clase. Estudias, estudia, estudias.
Tú hablas con mamá. ¿Tú hablas con Renato hoy?
You hearing my Duolingo? All right, lesson complete. Now I'm only doing the minor lessons over the course of the day. Pepe, only like 3 to 4 minutes, and then I go to Rosetta Stone. So I don't even know what league I'm in, but I'm up to about 290 or 295 straight days. That's what I'm. Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. Why isn't SGME SGMT? I thought it was because I was on a development version, but it's not it, obviously, because you guys are not on the development version. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. All right, guys. So let's see. IDN. And this takeout four later. 237 now. In the time, not the price. All right, Reddit back up, guys. I'm waiting to see if it gets back over 54 and starts to proceed again from there. So Shitty did okay on that short, but my bias is definitely long. I think A Lab is coming into some kind of a maybe a moving average of some sort. Yeah, there's the ADMA on the 15-minute chart, guys. So A Lab is coming into that. Now, if you follow some of these moving averages, the 8 EMA, I know a lot of people follow it. Actually, that is the 10 SMA. 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's Steve's favorite. So look what it's doing. It's coming into it, and maybe that's going to hold it. Okay. That is trying to hold it, guys. Again, that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. A Lab is coming into it for on the last two 15-minute candles. Now let's see if it holds it. That's just a little bit over 80. And remember, the high today was way up here, 83. So if that holds it, could have a little late day run, which would be the high of the day, high of its life. Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, somebody just mentioned the perimeter. I know we saw this one early. We saw this one right around here, probably around just over the 7 mark, even underneath 7. Yeah, I don't know if it showed up earlier than 12:41. I'm sorry, at 12:12 on the combo scan because I had to do a reboot, so I'm not sure if it showed up earlier. Possibly it could have showed up here around 7. Let's get rid of the message. Okay, guys, another 15 minutes or so for me. And again, the room will be open until 4 o'clock. William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. There's no screen sharing, nobody's talking, but you can still converse amongst yourselves. Before I leave, I will put the YouTube link in, sorry, the main trading room link in our YouTube room. So if you guys want to head over and continue to talk about trading, you can do so. Is RDT approaching the high? Well, a little bit away from it, but 70 cents away from the high of the day. RDDT. So, sorry, RDDT. Yes. So unless there's the high of the day right there around 54.80. So it's looking still strong after that pullback. So, you could say that the 10 SMA kind of held it, kind of. It did break down below it. I don't know, like Steve, I don't know what Steve would say about that. It closed on it. It had a bottoming tail, but it did close on it. I think he looks for the close, like where does it close? But if this takes out the high of the day, it could go on a late day run. A little contest maybe. RDDT. There's the high of the day. Which will close closest to the high of the day? RDT, or DDT, or DWAC? DWAC has come back again. There's the high of the day right there at 5180. So it's got more to go than RDDT, but trend is up. Trend is up. See that 10 SMA? You see how it came down into that 10 SMA, and the 10 SMA held it. All right, guys, this is just showing up, I think, for the first time. Galliano Gold. GAU, gold play. Don't get too interested in them, but it did show up in a scan, the momentum scan. This has been on the RAI several times. You can see right there, a couple of there, and I think a couple of times on the short side. Today on the short side, 1078, 1075, got down to 1063 earlier. This is this Lantern Pharma, had earnings on the 18th. That's a week ago. This is the reaction. So, decent reaction the day of, but afterwards, and then sort of, it's a very choppy trader. All right, guys. So this one I'm going to have to watch tomorrow. After this AMTX, there are shorts available. Interactive Brokers. The reason I say that is that I mentioned this earlier today. On Friday, I had a huge topping tail, got up to 704, closed at 555. That's a pretty big percentage drop from the high. Today, got up to 644. Same sort of thing. So, you get these two big topping tails in a row. It's going to take a bunch, I think, to convince people to chase it. So, we could have, a decent sell off, and it's got room. Now, there's the 200-day moving average at 5, so probably has to take that out. So why don't I just stick a price alert right around there and see, maybe tomorrow it takes that out because underneath it has a lot of room. Yes, you can use a promo code for upgrades, 10 cat. Oh, upgrading what? From a monthly to an annual or a standard to a premium? Okay, somebody in our YouTube room. Did you hear me? So what I would do is this, if you're looking to do something like that, contact, I'll give you the email address, or actually you're going to go to our homepage, not my homepage, but the Trade Ideas homepage. Or you click on the homepage link and you see where it says need help. Just click on the need help. Click on the ask and click on the chat. Okay. And we have people there waiting. So just give them your email address and tell them what you want to do. Okay. And they'll look after you. Ah, this is on the way down. Okay. I had an alert set on the way down for some reason. Well, you never know, guys. So DWAC, the high of the day is 51.80. So it's about 80 cents from that. And Reddit now is about a dime away from the high of the day. Yeah, 8 cents away from the high of the day. Takes that high of the day out, it could keep running. In fact, you are now at the high of the day. There was the high of the day earlier, so 54.80. So you're little right around that area. I think what I did is I put a price alert at 55. That's why I have that blue line up here. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? If there are no questions, I think I'll just take off. I'll hang around if there's some questions. All right. I don't see any questions. So as always, thanks for all the help all day. I will the room will be open. William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. YouTubers, I'll close you down in a second, but first I want to stop the screen sharing in the rooms. So the screen sharing is gone. There's Reddit, guys. 55 now, 55 and counting. Okay, so screen sharing is gone. Muting myself in the main room. And John, you're welcome. And I will now, you guys have got a link to get into the, well, I'll put it again just in case. Put it again, the link to get into the main room. Oh, look at this thing go, guys. Strong, strong Reddit. Can't wait to see what happens with this tomorrow, especially if it takes out the high. Okay, guys, in the YouTube room, I will shut you guys down now. Again, thank you for all the help, and we'll see you. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock also.